Probably F11. And we are probably live right now. Yes, we are live.
Oh, hi everybody. So we're having a Google Hangout with YouTube star Michael Pierce, and we have Ben David here, and he has his own channel. We have LadyLullaby,
Hey.
INFJ, she has her own channel, and we have Hanna, and then we have Anthony. Okay, so
handsome fella.
it looks like we have Jesse too, right? Is he just listening in? Okay. All right. So yeah, let's get started. So does anybody have any questions for Michael right now that they're thinking about?
Oh, I have. I've got some Socionics questions.
Okay.
Michael, have you heard of this Model G that I've been pushing on the Facebook?
Unfortunately, no. So I'd be delighted to hear more about it if you'd like to talk about
it. Well, whilst I'm setting things up, somebody else could ask another question.
Okay.
That's a pretty lengthy question to just jump right into a TI model. Pretty lengthy, but I like it.
Okay, so Anthony, so Michael, you both are male INFJ. So I was wondering if you want to share experiences and things of that matter, or maybe you could.
Sorry, I just had my mic off for like 5 seconds. I didn't hear the last minute of what you guys said.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah, LadyLullaby too. So you're all INFJs, and Michael's an INFJ as well. And so I was wondering, like, if somehow you could talk about your experiences as an INFJ, or maybe yeah, something like that. Something. Are you all communicating via NI right now? Is this why you're all like really?
They're an
quiet?
NI. I can feel it. They're an NI for sure, and I'm an FE for sure.
Gathering information.
Okay, maybe you two could ask Michael questions to figure out what kind of INFJ he is, because there's different subtypes of INFJ in the Socionics model. One thing is, there's.
I thought like each person should describe like what INFJ is. What do they think INFJ means to them, or what is a typical INFJ basically? That would be cool.
Are you gonna go first, Anthony?
Yeah, I'll
go first, Anthony.
Okay, well for me, INFJ is the paradox personality, because a lot of the things we do are intuitive by nature, but this is like real superficial at this point. But a lot of our growth, I think, in my opinion, is found through doing things that are counterintuitive, basically going against NI. And just to like touch a little bit lightly, it's ironic how our type is all about existential living, and it's all about looking for seeing the best in others and seeing how can they improve another person, or understanding a person from a positive emotion aspect. This is not like trying to gain anything like some extroverted thinkers often, as far as like having E and T in your Myers-Briggs code. But it's ironic, finishing from the first point, it's ironic how our type is all about existential living, yet we can be the most egoically controlled animals, even if our intentions are for good. And this is like demonstrated through the SE grip, when the more we can like basically grab a hold of our ego, the more we can be in balance with NI. I guess NI is one of those functions that can like get out of hand really easily, and it shows itself in like paranoia and maybe very light fear maybe, and just to get the ball rolling. What did you guys think of that?
You just gave away a lot of information on INFJs maybe I shouldn't know or something, but it's good to be in on your secret. I didn't know this much about you.
That's the point of yeah, because I don't attach myself to the type. It's an egoic functional stack. So I mean, there's still our individual part of ourselves, which is our soul and our experiences and all that. Just like I'm another entity from Michael, and Michael's another entity from Lullaby, but we all share the same functional stack. So that's, in a way, it's kind of an objective thing, and then we're just the subjective portion, which I would call the soul. Very subjective, And
yeah, I've.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I like what you said there. I'm curious what other people think. The way I've been looking at it more recently is as it's the functions are like a filter through which the soul, or whatever you want to call the central. Are you all able to hear me? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. The soul, or whatever you want to call the core of what makes you, the functions are like a filter or a grate that surrounds that, through which information comes, and the filter or grate constructs that information.
Yeah, and the filter, would you say the filter has 4 prongs, and the 4 prongs being thinking, feeling, sensing, and intuiting?
Yeah, you can put it that way, or you could whatever the filter would be referring to the cognitive functions. So you could even say that the first filter is your physical senses, aside from any functions or anything. So the way that your eyes pick up on refracted light, and the way that your ears will hear certain things, and then that will be taken in and constructed in a way you can understand it, and then it will be given to the functions, who will interpret that even deeper, and then hand that off to your personality, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
That's just a.
I think it's interesting how Leon asked if you have an idea of what kind of subtype of an INFJ you are, and I know that I'm the FE subtype. Whenever I take tests, I sometimes come out ENFJ, sometimes I'm INFJ. And today I'm very much in a more pensive mood, so forgive me for not being as participatory, but I'm thinking about everything you're saying. One of the things that was interesting is I just watched Introvert Power's video about NI and TI loops. I don't know if any of you watch his channel, but I find his channel is really great. I feel like he confirms my type to myself every time I listen to him. It's like he's inside my brain. It's really great.
And while he's explaining all the instructions, he's great.
Yeah, it's really great.
Can you explain what these subtypes are? Like, how can you characterize them?
Who wants to take this one?
I can't speak as an NI subtype. My understanding is that there's just regular INFJ, where you aren't necessarily leading on one more than the other, and it's more balanced and just natural, as the type descriptions show. Then NI subtypes are those that have boosted NI and boosted TI, and they're not as in touch or utilizing of their extroverted feeling and their extroverted sensing. And for me as an FE subtype, it means that the FE pulls me out of my NI musings way more than is common for an INFJ. And for me, it's what creates the inner conflict, because so much of the way my mind works, I feel dissociated from my body. Like when I'm by myself, I know that my subconscious is taking in everything around me, but it's not something that I'm consciously thinking about, because it's just in the background. And not everything that comes to mind is like floating around. And so when I get a phone call or a text, or my children come home from school, it's like I'm waking up from a dream and I didn't realize I'd been sleeping through the day. Even though I might be doing other things, unless I'm engaged with other people, I don't really notice that I've kind of dissociated from the rest of the world. But as an FE subtype, I am more prone to seek out opportunities to engage with others and keep myself out of that little haze. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Where do you go? Do you go to like a spiritual ether space or something like that?
I can't. Well, it is like my video that I did about INFJ and my head is swimming. If anyone has watched that, that to me is a better example because it is not something that you put into words. It is completely visuals, constant images that represent the thoughts. So sometimes there's conversations in my mind, you know, of things that I want to talk to other people about or analyzing something someone else said, but there's always just these constant questions. I think NI is a questioning function. It's seeking for answers and it's doubting, you know, it's kind of wondering. It's just a constant wondering.
Yeah, and I understand exactly what that feels like, and because NI is the opposing function to SE. In my experience, part of the reason why INFJs and in their own way INTJs will feel that dissociation is because the filter of NI, the way that it constructs the perceptions of the world, is the most removed from the direct sharpness of SE. So it's in a certain sense, NI is you could say, quote, the most removed from directly experiencing reality because there's so much abstraction from reality.
And that's a big
if that makes sense. And
problem. Yes, no, absolutely. That's like the biggest problem with us is that we have all this theoretical knowledge and we have not enough experience. So that gap right there is like the issue between our theoretical knowledge and applying it to reality. Fine.
yeah, and Jung, exactly. I mean that's exactly what I felt, and I think a lot of INFJs and to some degree INTJs feel. But it was interesting, Lullaby, when you were talking about.
You can call me Chrystal, by the way.
Oh, Chrystal? Okay. Chrystal is like Lullaby. That's
Yeah, that's just my channel's name, but you can call me Chrystal.
Super like
They're both super INFJ names. Lullaby.
Yes, and
like,
NF.
like, I don't know.
Crystal's got the most NF name.
So, but when you were talking about the how it's very visual, and while there are conversations and stuff, a lot of it is images, and I relate very well to that. And when I'm doing my videos, it's just a lot of different images, one after the other, while I'm talking. But I think a big part of that, and I've wondered a lot about this, is how in Jung's original description of introverted intuition, when he was first talking about this, he was assuming that what it was doing was in his view, it was sort of viewing the collective unconscious and the archetypes, and that's why it would get these images and things. I don't know how that will fit in with a current understanding, but it definitely has that visual component of perception, and it's like it's perceiving inner ideas and images rather than the outside world.
Is this like a version of how SE works too? Because I think Lenore Thompson says SE is the movie screen of the outside world, and NI is the movie screen of the inner world. You're just like watching the internal images.
Well, I don't think you can have one without the other, and I would have nothing to be gathering meaning from if there wasn't extrasensory, like the perception from extroverted sensing feeding it. So it's in tandem, like Ben said in our side chat. Like, it's in tandem. It's not something that you can just, one is occurring while the other one is off. You know, NI suppresses SI. I can't really be in an SI place when my NI is going, but it's
Yeah, that's according to the
fed
Socionics.
by extroverted sensing, and that for me feels very true. I feel like that's true.
Yeah. In terms of the suppressions, Jung mentioned SI and NI sort of suppressing each other, and NE and SE suppressing each other, and it's vaguely there in for the judging functions. You can sort of make out that FI and TI suppress each other and FE and TE, but it's only slightly hinted at. But with the perceiving functions, it's explicit. If you're using NE, you have to suppress SE, and if you're using NI, it has to suppress SI. Yeah, and the NI, yeah, you're right, Michael. The NI is very complex because he has those three things. What is it? The symbol, the image, and the idea. And he has a very specific definition of what an idea is. So that's so hopefully in future I hope to do a presentation on the Jungian version of NI, which is, as you said, it's perceiving of the archetypes, and the archetypes themselves represent universal laws, which will then enable you to see the trends into the future. And so that offers you a mechanism of how you see the future via the collective unconscious. But Socionics just says intuition of time, but it doesn't actually give you a mechanism of how it works. It just says how it works. And I think calling it intuition, and Victor will call it, I'll just get my presentation. Victor actually there's two kinds of NI, and I don't know if Chrystal was in the Hangout when we did it. Yes, Victor thinks that INFJs have positive NI in that they look towards the future, more hopeful, and INTJs have negative NI, so that minus T and plus T.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So what Victor did is he thought, well, let's take the kindred types that have the same top function and look at how they're different. So I don't know if you think that's true. Do you think INFJs are more positive than INTJs?
I think it depends on the topic at hand. I think INTJs might be more concerned with externals on a political scale or out in the world, where INFJs, for me, it seems more interpersonal related. You know, where some of the things that we might get paranoid about or worrying about are more personally relationships. And I think the reverse might be true. INTJs might be a little better at being more objective about that and being a little more paranoid about the big scale things. But that's just a speculative idea. I don't have any data to support that.
Yeah, I did a hangout, a third one on NI, the Galenko hangout number 3, where Dario mentions what you're saying there, Chrystal, where half of him is pessimistic. So like he's pessimistic because he's a libertarian. He's pessimistic about the direction the United States is going in. He said that, but he also said he's also hopeful for the future because he's like stimulated by all the technological progress. And I think they agreed on that. Victor and Dario agreed on NI.
Michael, you had started to say something. I wanted to hear your thought.
I just think it's interesting because that the positive and negative NI, it seems to reflect, it reflects an observation about INFJs and INTJs, but I think that Ben and you nicely encapsulated it, that from my experience, especially with the INTJs I've known, it's a trade-off of the positive and negative. The INTJ seems to, and once again, I can't say it all the time, but just it seemed to me that the INTJ will be more seemingly pessimistic about where things are going socially, will be very positive about where things are going technologically and about technological advances. I guess you could say TE advances, whereas the INFJ will present. I think it's partly just because of the way they present themselves, where the INTJ is generally more focused on on cold systems that are more removed from people, whereas the INFJ is more, or at least appears to other people to be more warm or courteous, and so their way of presenting their vision of the future can come off as much more extremely compassionate, and we need to bond together to make a better future, whereas the INTJ may feel that, but it'll come off as more of a Karl Marx, there's a specter haunting Europe and we need to rise up, and it'll sound like he's just sort of being super objective, even though it's motivated by a love of, children and stuff, but he doesn't ever talk about that. I don't know if that makes sense. Or
that's a good point, because people are taught, they're sort of socialized not to be pessimistic. And INFJs, and Chrystal, you've probably been in this position where you feel pessimistic, but you don't let it show.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what journaling is for.
Journaling? Oh, sorry, I thought that was like a computer reference, because I've heard that. That's a different kind of journaling.
No, I let out all of those negative fears and concerns and things to be presented in journaling, and only close relationships do I really talk about that sort of thing. Because of maybe socialization, extroverted feeling knows people don't enjoy listening to it, so let's just save that for private settings.
Yeah.
But I have to say, I wonder if there are some cultural differences also, because I come from Finland, and our culture is very ISTJ, and like heavy on TE, extroverted thinking, and we are rather pessimistic, mostly. And if I compare to some other cultures, especially United States, or some more, the cultures that have more extroverted feeling. So I don't know. Would you say that it's also a cultural thing?
I think that's a very good point. I've had some people that I've spoken to from Germany, from the UK. I know somebody from France, and I think they do a better job of sometimes presenting things in a more holistic perspective, which is why I enjoy talking to them, because fellow Americans, I can feed off of their excitement, and I recognize, okay, this is exciting, but that's just from this one little American lens, and the world is so much bigger than the United States, and that's what those friends from other countries seem to constantly remind me, and why I enjoy talking with them. Sometimes I find them a little biased, very anti-United States, and yet it's still, a fuller picture of recognizing, well, these things are being ignored by your country. Go ahead.
Yeah, Hannah, I'm fascinated by you bringing that up, because I'm unfortunately woefully unexperienced in other cultures, but I from what little experience I've had and from what people have told me, that would be a very fascinating thing to look into, as to how the culture changes the manifestation of the type. And Jung talked a little bit about that too, where he felt that Western culture was, or especially Western culture was more, I believe, extroverted thinking, where he felt extroverted in general, where he felt that the Eastern culture was more introverted, and he felt more at home there. So that's very interesting.
Okay, I have a question for Ben David, because based on the positive and negative thing, so these perspectives would be happening at a psychological level, right? So it's not totally due to culture. There's some sort of functional explanation for it. So can you elaborate on what that is?
Well, your sound went out a little bit. I'll just switch my lights on. What were you saying again?
I was saying, for this positive and negative NI and positive negative any function, this is based on some sort of cognitive perspective, some sort of thing that is innate in the brain. So we were talking about culture here, so I was wondering, what is the functional explanation for positive and negative NI?
Well, it comes from, Victor has it in there's a writing dichotomy called positivist and negativist. And so he's so there's already a dichotomy out there that half of the 16 types are negativist, half of them are positivist. And so he thinks, well, so if you've got two NI DOMs, and one of them is a negativist already, and one of them is a positivist already, then he'll say, well, let's match that up, so that matches those kindreds. And then it also seems to match in the other types as well. So because there's 16 left types and 16 right types, what I can do is I can show you a diagram. My favourite phrase, I can show you a diagram.
Yep.
Right. Right, so so we need the Model A, the Model A diagram. People can get their heads around that a bit easier. Model A, Socion board number 4. Did I do this? Did I colour this right? Yeah, a lot of people should be. I'm terrible at multitasking. But I'm good at switching, but I'm not good at multitasking.
So tell us what you're looking for. Like, what is it going to show us?
What is this going to? What am I looking? What in terms of negative and positive?
Oh, your chart. Okay.
Oh, on here. This is on the left. So in this quadrant here, the ones on the left are left types, and the left types have TI minus, NE minus, FI minus, and SE minus. And the right types, it's reversed. And this actually fits in with how they differently use the functions. So for instance, ENTPs use TI and NE in a completely different way from INTPs. And so for instance, you've probably noticed with Jack Aaron, Chrystal, that you think, oh, he's a bit linear, he's a bit rigid in his thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And that actually, there's a functional explanation for that. And it also explains, when remember we did a relationship video called the mirror relationship. Mm-hmm. The mirror is the opposite, so for instance, your mirror is you're INFJ and you're a left type, and your mirror is ENFJ and they're right type. Now, one of the things that came up in the discussion was Victor's definition of FE minus is really negative. And it's like, whoa. It's a bit.
Can you tell us what did he say?
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, okay, it's pretty bad though.
Oh, you think you're going to defend us all?
No, it's funny. It's so negative that it's funny. It amused David.
So can you clarify what's the difference between this left and right type and what they do?
It's the functions. I'll then go back to the.
So just like NI being negative for INTJ and NI being positive for INFJ, they're saying that on this side, that particular function is negative for these types and it's positive for the other types. So you'd have to go type by type and compare. There's not like just a general.
Yeah, this is not a difference between thinking and feeling. It's something else, right? So like. It wasn't like an ISFP is also a negativistic.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
An ESFP.
Yeah. Negativists. Actually, if I go back to the board, what I've got to do is if I just go back to there, and I can actually put that in there. I've got the Socion board. I've just got to put the Socion board in there. Then I can have them all in the same folder. Model A, Socion board. Put that in there. Right, now I can open that. We'll close that. Right, and then we're here. Charges. Because once I have them all in the same folder, I have to switch easily between them. That's the theory, anyway. Right, that's should be over there. Right. So Leon, the best way to show this is by example. So, for instance, if you can do the INFJ because we've got the INFJs here, and I'll actually show you the functions they have. That might be my type by mistake. LTTR. That's my type. That's also a left type. This should be. Here we go. Right, and so here it's got Ni plus, Fi minus, Si. So you see the charges there. The left types have those charges, and the right types have the opposite charges. And so Fe plus tends to show more positive emotions than Fe minus. And now I'll show you what Victor said about Fe that is a bit controversial. Now, when I said that his wife was an ENFJ, David Mark Kersey said, "Oh, what is this marriage like?" He actually put something so negative. There you go. Being angry, indignant, dramatizing events, ridiculing others. And he said, doesn't he realise that's really bad?
So
Wow.
what were you talking about right here?
These are Victor's definitions of the functions and their spins. And when I showed it to David Kersey in my previous hangout, because I did an interview with him, 4 hours, 27 minutes, and when we went through the charges, he was surprised by that. And also because his mother's an ENFJ and she's a really nice person.
Interesting. So it's I mean, it sounds to me at first look that he seems somewhat biased, but but that wouldn't make sense if his mother's a nice person.
No, that was for David Kersey, but for Victor Galenko, he's married to an ENFJ. This is a little caveat, though. He says that it can change.
Okay, I'm gonna be getting going pretty soon, so I just wanted to just run the last of my bullet points to ask you guys. And I'm gonna just cut it. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, one thing I've observed in myself as an INFJ, one of the worst things we do often in all social interactions, it seems, unless if you've worked on this, is the neuroticism. You know, the like going to NI, like to the point, because I mean, NI is a beautiful function, but let's just face it, not a lot of people have it or know how to use it or understand it. So sometimes we could just be talking theoretical knowledge, and it will just come to an extroverted center as theoretical rubbish, or just like distorted information. They just don't get it, and I think we would have an easier time in this extroverted sensing world if we just you know, watched our neuroticism, like sometimes, you know. And when I use that term, I mean when the feeling and the intuition connect, it can be a little too powerful for other people to handle. As you know, us as INFJs are a very intense type, and sometimes that intensity, since it's so cerebral, can come off as being neurotic. And I think we need to watch out for that. A lot of our interactions would go way better. You know, even INTJs do it too. You know, I'm sure INTJs are just too smart for some people, you know, and we could just be too deep for people as well. Yeah, and then we have to also stop denying the bad in the world or in others, which is basically our world, other people, you know, and there is bad in everybody. I mean, everybody has the ego, and it's hard to idealize everybody to think, oh, they just don't have enough love in their life or enough compassion or justify the means, but they are unjustifiable in reality, and logically it's just a big problem for us. I'm not saying try to stem from a place of fear, but the hardest thing to do, once again, it would be to accept that there's bad in the world and yet still stem your ego from a place of love, is like the hardest to do. You basically have to love everything that we've grown to hate as INFJs. And lastly, yeah, just don't deny, like accept that there is shitty fucking people out there. There are psychopaths, sociopaths, stuff like that. But do not be fearful of them. Just, you know, keep getting past that extroverted sensing.
Oh.
You know, go ahead.
Isn't it true that some INFJs, you know, some dual-seeking INFJs are a little bit attracted to psychopaths?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, like,
Yeah.
honestly, any person that has good FE is honestly a gift to the world, because the world, just think of the world as like hell and like a garbage fucking wasteland, right? So with somebody with good FE is just so beautiful, and it's so underrated. FE is way underrated. It can literally make a person's day go from bad to good, can change their entire outlook on life, you know? And it's taken advantage of. FE is super taken advantage of, just because it can be like too nice, not reasonable, logical, and whatever. And you know, just don't give up on your FE. Just watch it. You know, you have to balance it with the SE. I find myself when I go to SE, I'm just a dick. You know, I'm an asshole, and I'm seeing just the negatives in everybody. Basically, I just associate with all their traumas and fears and their hidden agendas, like I would love to do. And it's bad to do that, because you are really missing out on a lot. The SE should only be used as like a communication gateway. Do not use it by force or the territorial like stereotypical negative aspects of it. So it should be a finesse, beautiful SE. Our SE should not be so rugged and impactful. It should be a very finesse, like almost like you checkmate your opponent with just one move. That's SE. That's how SE should be done for us, in my opinion.
Wow, you're definitely not an INFP.
Yeah, no, definitely not. No.
The way you
What do you, the INFJs think about this? How do you relate to what Anthony has said?
I'll go if that's okay. Well, listening, it reminded me of excuse me, well, the way that I relate to introverted thinking and extroverted sensation, because I focus more on introverted intuition and extroverted feeling. Those are generally more conscious. But then when I begin to discover that introverted thinking is there if I go the opposite direction, or extroverted sensation is there if I go the opposite direction, then it's new, and so that can kind of catch my attention more. And so I'll find myself sort of trying to explore introverted thinking and extroverted sensation in a very much anti-NI or FE way, in the sense that maybe I'll be writing a story and I'll just start being like, I want to explore how, you know, someone who's iron-fisted and doesn't care about anyone's feelings and is just so utterly resolute and you know, and isn't polite at all, and it's like I'll create this character and someone will read and be like, where did this come from? You're so nice and stuff. And I'll be like, but I don't want to. It's
yeah,
so it's this it's this going back and forth with the more repressed functions and trying to figure out, like you were saying, how to deal with those. I'll also see, like with that extroverted sensation, when I've written or want to describe things, I'll sometimes really want to describe how you know, blatantly how with direct act, like for instance, there's some directors like David Fincher or I can't remember his name, but they're like notorious for making somewhat disturbing films because there's so much extroverted sensation and introverted thinking there that they're exploring, and it sort of throws people off, and it seems like this is like Fight Club, which was David Fincher, who was an INFJ who did that movie, and it's like full of blood and guts and cussing and stuff. All of this very extroverted sensation, but in a very kind of negative way, if that makes sense, which I think is an interesting, and I think that applies to all types.
Yeah, so if you go too deep in SE, you will get a negative outlook on life. You'll get paranoia thoughts or whatever because you have the NI. That's just an example, but
can I have an example of when you say you go SE? What are you talking about?
SE,
are you like taking
SE,
kung fu classes? What are you talking about?
You have the right idea, but extroverted sensing. So basically,
I understand what the function is. I'm wanting a real life example for you, like
no,
when
absolutely.
you're in that place.
I just relax. I just said that to summon intuition. Just give me a second. For me, I like to real basic. It's gonna be almost like the flight or flight response for me. So a lot of it, since it's so inferior, it could be so like all or nothing, a real 0 to 100 type of feeling. I like to play basketball. I like to go for walks, and yeah, I do engage in the moment of everything that's going on. But I guess since for us, since it's such a like inferior and weak function, we could use it without finesse, and that's where the negativity comes in. It's when it goes in too hard. It's a boundary setting function for us, is what I'm trying to say. And yeah, it's weird because I also wanted to ask you guys, do you think extroverted sensors ever get bored with their SE and want something more out of life than just being in the fucking dumb moment? You know, like, people do need to plan their life out and stuff like that, and that's where NI, a lot of people with NI, they're really good planners, and they're successful because they plan everything that they do. And a lot of heavy SE types, I'm not saying all, but from my experience, they're just so in the moment, they're forgetting the big picture as well. So it goes both ways, definitely. And
Totally.
I want some SE users to kind of feel, hey, NI is way sick. We do some crazy things with abstract thinking. Some of like the music that I show my friends, they would never know how to find it. Or even be able to filter if it's good or bad. And for us, it's just like authentic or not authentic. We could almost feel the soul in music. That's all I wanted to say. And right now I work as a psych tech, and we have to do takedowns on people, and I think that really helps to get my SE active. You don't need too much, just enough to show like, hey, I'm not gonna just be stuck in FE and just say, okay, I'll do this for you. Like, I've had all those problems, like I want to make somebody happy so bad that I overdo it, and then they step all over you, just like a little kid that wants to, test you and push your boundaries and try to see how far they can go. That's where you need SE. SE will come in more through your parenting life. I think that's why it's posted so late in MBTI, because you're going to need to set those boundaries on your kids. And you're going to be that parent that's going to be like, they're going to be like, oh, can we go to Chuck E. Cheese? And you already said no 5 times, and then you're going to say yes on number 6. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. And we are so susceptible to do that. You must be firm in your boundaries. Don't be an asshole or a bitch. You got to be firm in your boundaries. Absolutely.
So I think what people can see here is, and the viewers, is that Anthony is the example of what Socionics talks about in duality, that the INFJ does contain a bit of ESTP in them because their functions are upside down.
Yeah. Since it's such a weak function, it gets the worst of us.
Definitely, there's a number of INFJs that has ESTPs. I think Anthony's girlfriend is semi-dual, right, in ESFP.
Yeah, it's a semi-dual ESFP, yeah. And can I just say this is a straight bias, but introverted feeling, if not developed, is a very, very hard function for the user. I would demonstrate by saying, person with FE has built a system and pertains to itself. So you can automatically feel that if it's not good enough for me, then it's not good enough for anybody type thinking. It's real self-thinking. It's basically the opposite of extroverted feeling. Extroverted feeling is for others, and introverted feeling is for the self. And it's hard sometimes because I do see that a lot of selfishness on the subconscious level sometimes, and it's hard to deal with that. Just like a kid, going back to that kid reference. You have to be able to teach them that there's more than just themselves. They have to go towards that other, somebody else, help, share. You know, that's what we can teach to some of these selfish people out there with FI. And INFPs, I don't think they have that problem because it's so well developed. So this is more ESFPs, ENFPs.
So Anthony, does that fit you that in that square? If you click on my square where it says SE, has the respect for strong and determined people, all the stuff in that green box?
Yes. Let me see. I do look for other people to blame sometimes, like as a defense mechanism. Yeah, I do that. Sure. Yeah, I show courage under pressure because I'm so like insecure about the not having enough SE, you know. Yeah, I think that's definitely very single-minded and yeah, pushy because I feel that all problems need to be solved by force, and that's so anti-NI, you know.
But do you think these two functions are part of your self-image?
Good question. Let me check it out. Yeah, well, self-image, I think it's too subjective. It could apply to all, but I do think SE and FE have a lot to do with our external like view on us, for sure. I would say that. Yeah. How we relate.
In terms of weaknesses.
Go ahead.
Yeah. In terms of weaknesses, do you think do you fit this where it says about the TE, not frugal? Sometimes.
Yeah, like I overspend, right? Impulsivity spending.
Mm.
Does that correlate or no?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I see INFJs as being very resourceful. I see resourceful. This is INFJ, right? Okay.
Yeah, because they've got strong SE.
No,
and in this model,
I think Chrystal says she's good with money. Like at least
But well, Chrystal could talk about that herself. But like she's had a non-Socionics factor determine that.
True. Absolutely. 2 reasons. I grew up in a home where money was not managed well, and a lifetime of experiencing the chaos of that. And I said, you know, there's a better way. And then marrying an INTP who, he's the TI subtype. So LII in Socionics, but we're using MBTI acronyms. So the INTP, he's very conservative. And so that was something that just came naturally. But I don't believe if I had married ESTP that it would be as quick for me to kind of rein in my spending. I think they would probably have a negative influence when it came to money. I could get carried away on their excitement. And like I do that with my sister. She is an ESTP. And when we go out to eat or when we go shopping, she just like gets caught up in the moment and gets really excited, and extroverted feeling is like, okay, sure, I'll make you happy, and then come home, why did I buy this? This is to make her happy. Like, I don't even like this. So it's in there, but yeah, it's reserved because of those other factors.
My ENFJ friend has helped me so much with learning about FE, and I don't know if you guys are going to take one thing that I say for FE, it's going to be this: giving. ENFJs love to give, and it really does work in ways that you would not believe. You must give, even if it's to like a generous point. You know, like giving really does influence adaptive behavior.
Yeah, definitely. Spending money on other people. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It honestly is. You know. Good. Okay, for me, TI is just like all models, diagrams, models, pictures, anything like that, or any thinking logic that we've built. That's all TI. Any take on that?
Does it
Oh,
turn
so
you on?
is it like a positive or a negative? Let me see.
Oh, TI absolute positive, negative with social interactions. Our TI is like 2. I know.
It says negative here.
But see, that means something slightly different. But to be honest, negative TI is better than positive TI.
Is it
It's
really?
not even close. It's a lot better. Victor, it
Wait.
might be biased by Victor.
Yeah. Can you go back?
This is, okay. But I'll just show you that this is the definition of TI and T plus. It seems that TI minus is a lot more sophisticated than TI plus.
Oh, okay.
Because TI plus is more linear. So like DP thinks. I hope
like
Wayne doesn't see this.
One's deductive, one's
and then I'll go back to the image you want. So this is like multi-angle thinking for TI minus. And Victor even puts a little dig in there about conventional socionics. About his being... okay, now I'll go back to the diagram that you want, Nancy, and I'll go back to TI. There's a little bit of a lag. Here we go. And oh, that's the wrong one. That's me. I've got to go here. Yeah.
Question for you guys. Do you guys are any other INFJs here? Have they ever struggled with neediness or clinginess by any chance, or no? Not too much. Everybody has that on lock.
I think this isn't typology related, but talking about like love languages, words of affirmation is one of my top love languages, and I think thinkers that are not necessarily really good with FE, they find my hints or preference to receive positive words as a clingy thing, and I feel like I've learned to shift my direction and appreciate like acts of service or quality time in place of that. But I feel like it's just a matter of, for me, when I see someone with extroverted feeling first, I find them to be very clingy. So when I am in a place where my extroverted feeling is mirroring that, maybe so. But it is uncomfortable for me. Like that's out of character. That's me under stress. That's me, reaching out in ways that aren't necessarily healthy for me.
Yeah, it's really fake too. But I mean, it does make people happy. It's a super.
It depends on the person. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I guess like for. Yeah. Let me see.
Like introverted feeling, dominance don't enjoy it so much, because of that fakeness. They're very, please stop.
Yeah, like, which one would you rather be, like, more fake or more selfish, like fake or selfish, At least we're giving. We might be fake, but guess what? You're getting something out of it. And the introverted feeler is all about the self, so it's like, oh, you're not as integrally, you don't have as much integrity as me. I'm the introverted feeler, I, and it's just like...
Yeah. Pronoun density.
Pronoun.
I think you guys are stereotyping.
Oh no, it's not. It's not stereotyping in the sense that Darinardi shows that the INFP brain lights up pretty well when they use pronouns such as I or my.
Yeah. When they're talking about things of personal value to them, they'll go, my favorite comb.
Yeah, and a lot of introverted feelers, they want to like scour for the ideas. Like, if they found a cool new song, they'll be like, I found that. And then us INFJs are just like, okay, you can have it. We'll just look for another one because we just summon good ideas all the time due to NI naturally, So it's not a big deal to us. You can take it. We don't even care.
I'll take all your songs, Anthony.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Like, let me think of what else. So yeah, another problem I've had is the flight of ideas and distorted communication. I was talking with Leon about this on another hangout, and Basically, this is the best I could explain it. It's that people can tell what you're thinking by how your statements are said. Why? Because it's when consciousness meets vocal cords. So you have thoughts in your head, but there is a communication between the thoughts and the vocal cords, and in between there is where we have the problem. And just always take that extra second, because if we're not in reality, something's gonna come out weird. It's gonna and you know it because you have the FE like kind of making you feel awkward or weird, you know. So, or if it's the FI, either one, you're having some type of sensation or feeling. Excuse me. Gotta be so. But yeah, anyways, it's the consciousness. When the consciousness meets the vocal cords, there could be a problem there, and we just don't say things as clear or as like precise. And yeah, we should work on that definitely, or be at least aware of it.
Do you think that changes in writing versus vocalizing?
I think so, because I've never been really a writer until like last week. I tried it, and wow, it helps like get the thoughts out, you know. Yeah.
Yes, I've heard that quite a bit on DHN, that lots of extroverted feelers, it helps just to talk, to clarify the thoughts. Just
yeah, exactly.
Extroverting it.
Exactly.
Anthony, do you know your Enneagram type?
I think I'm 9 wing 8, if I had to say. But if you guys like think something different, feel free. I haven't studied too much on Enneagram.
Okay.
I have a question for Ben, David. So
Yes.
you have your FI diagram out. So what's a very good question is, you know, the degree of empathy and selfishness in FI, because in Socionics take, FI is a very empathetic function, and I saw on your list you have qualities of both. So can you elaborate a little bit on FI here?
Well, this is useful because this was in a lot of this comes from Robert McKee. He wrote a book called Story about why an audience identifies with the character, and that's it. If they see themselves in the person, they will identify with it. So it's almost like you are living vicariously through someone, and so you are projecting. So FI will have that really strong, deep connection with someone, and they will tend to have a few really strong relationships, and if they or fewer, and for them loyalty is so important for FI people. If you betray someone with strong FI, it's like that's one of the things that Dario has said. It's like the worst thing you can do. I think for INTJs, the worst thing you can do them is betray them, because they invest quite a lot of emotion, but in a few people.
Yeah. So the other day, my ESFP girlfriend, she has FI as the auxiliary, and it was funny because she accidentally found another girl's underwear in my drawer, but it was a mix-up because I share a washer and dryer with the family that I live with. I rent a room, and so it was actually one of theirs. But I mean, I still have to like prove it to her, you know, and like, you know, show her the texts and all of that, and it's just crazy because I felt so bad, but the reality is that, you know, I did not betray her. Somehow it was a mix-up and it got into my drawer. That's the absolute truth. And it's just, yeah, I could definitely see that. There's a big like down feeling.
Right. I'll try to remember that excuse.
I know, right? Well, initially I didn't come up with that. You know, I have no extroverted sensing, so first thing I said, I was like, oh, it was probably from a long time ago.
Okay, so we have Jesse here, who's he's either ENTJ, right? You might be an ENTJ. So I was wondering what would be your take on your introverted feeling in regards to what we've been talking about.
Hi everybody.
Your fan's not loud, by the way.
No, that's good. Thank you.
I'm gonna be heading out. I have to go to my other job. So it was nice talking to you all. Take care.
Okay, goodbye, Anthony.
Yeah.
I would say I would only be ENTJ in MBTI, and I'm one of those people who doesn't necessarily feel the same in both theories. But I just feel like I relate better to how ENTJ is profiled. But anyway, in Socionics, I'm definitely LSE.
Okay. So that in Socionics, they would call that an ESTJ.
Yeah.
Yes. With a lowercase j. As far as FI goes, I'm not really sure what they were saying about it, because I didn't quite hear all of the conversation. But is there any particular thing you wanted me to comment on about FI?
Yeah, I was wondering how you how you express the function.
How I express what?
How you express the function as FI.
Dual seeking. All right, is what I'd be.
Function.
For me, I think outside of Socionics, I'm someone who is very. I've always been very wary about the stability of relationships for me, and I relate a lot to the idea of being a dynamic type and feeling things are constantly changing, and when it comes to someone's like relational status to me, I'm always very hypersensitive about what could be changing it. Sometimes I don't care about it, but in terms of like how, even if I feel good about things, in the back of my mind I can be wary, like, oh, wait a second, what do they really mean? So I'm very worried about people who kind of rapidly change or do sudden movements when it comes to how they really feel about me. And I relate to FE role in the sense of I try to keep a positive, engagement of things in a lot of ways. But when it comes to how they really feel about me, and if they're the kind of person who can be seen as loyal and stable, I think that's what it comes down to. And that's something that I think, even in the sense of, I would even throw in being an ESTJ in particular, and being, which is a negativist in the random dichotomies, I relate to the idea of just being very suspicious. And even if I believe someone's like a good person, sometimes it just takes like physical concrete experience, and then also just time. Like, it just takes time for me to really trust that they're someone I could see as stable. I think that's how it comes out most easily to me.
I think in case of trust, that's something that can be very much affected by your experience. If you've been betrayed in the past, then you're going to be twice shy.
It can be. It depends on the person. I don't really judge. I mostly judge on the kind of person, and I think there's a certain amount of like awareness that comes with that. I wouldn't say I'm just suspicious of people in general, but I also kind of just take you have to show me. Like, I don't believe what anybody professes about themselves or their beliefs or what kind of person they are. I just have to see it.
With these functions, Maria's view is that the more competent someone is at a function, so the higher it is in their stack, the more they can show both sides of it, the plus and the minus. And it's only sort of when it comes through, when it's lower down in the stack. So, for instance, you might see FI minus more in ESTP, where it's more suspicious. Right.
I think it's interesting because when Jesse was talking, I feel like it's hard to, how do we organize these things according to strictly just cognitive functions, your type versus your own personal experiences and values? Because everything he said, I don't know that I would disagree for myself, and I'm certainly not an ESTJ. But I would say I second that. I feel like I don't take what people say. I take how they behave, and I think, Leon, in your last video when you talked about INFJs, you talked about FI being really strong in the INFJ, and perhaps that's all that is that I'm just relating to that. That desire for loyalty, that desire for consistency,
yeah.
Things like that.
So Ben, is the INFJ like FI positive or negative?
INFJ is FI negative, but as Maria would say, that the more it depends where she thinks that it's not that clear cut when you're better at a function, that it's not as simplistic as plus and minus, that you can sort of use both sides of it. So for instance, ISFPs are not all going to be like negative FI and all those negative FI characteristics all the while, but some of them can be like that. And because I was having a look at the ISFP, the ESI profile, and to me it's very much the same as the ISFP profile in Berens and Nardi, and they can be like that. It can be negative. I'll have to show you the negative FI definition. It's all about if you cross a line with them, then they will show that negative side. But most of the time they're fine. It's just if you cross a moral line, then you're going to see the ISFP or ESI in a certain way, and certain types are more likely to cross the line than others, like ESTPs and ENTPs. And so the way they experience the ISFP will be different from other people who don't cross that line. Because Socionics has a bias. Reading the Socionics profile of the Wikisocion profile of the ESI, ISFP, and MBTI letters, is they seem to view the that type as very judgmental. And I'm sort of thinking, this is an ENTP that's written this. But most of the time, they can be great, but don't cross that line with. Dario loves ISFPs. They're his favourite type. And he likes all FP as an MBTI code. So that fits with him being an INTJ.
Well, I think everyone has a line, and if a line is crossed, you're going to get something negative back. It's just depending on what that line is for each individual person. So, I don't know. I feel like maybe I experienced the TI, like I like the little systems, but so taken to an extreme, I think, well, that's not helpful, because I don't think that's the way people operate, according to just this little switch, off, on, off, on.
I know, yeah. And that's why I look at, like you, Chrystal, that's why I go to you for Enneagram. You have all the Enneagram knowledge, and it sort of deepens it. You do compared to me. Like, so for instance, we're going to do a hangout in future. We're planning one called How INFJs Vary by Enneagram. And we're trying to get, ideally, 9 INFJs, all different Enneagrams.
There you go. So Jonathan and Michael, if you'd like to join us, you're invited.
What's Michael's type?
Sorry, what was that?
What is Michael's Enneagram type? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Yes. You're soft, though.
I'm soft.
You're type 1, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, there it is on yours. And Michael,
good.
do you know your Enneagram?
I do not officially, but I believe from what I know that it's a 5-wing 4. Leon, was that right?
Yeah, I thought Michael could be a 5-wing 4, the iconoclast, but the gentle iconoclast, not like the Nietzsche sort, which just bashes the the idols.
But that was because he had a strict Lutheran upbringing, and like he really rebelled against Christianity. So again, a non-typological factor. Right. That diagram I did of FI, I did that last year. So, and I sort of did it to be as clear as possible. So I might have exaggerated a little bit with the negative aspects, but in extremes I see FI like that at its best and worst, where it's I do think it's a big part of conscience, although that changes if it's so. When I talk about Jeff says he doesn't actually feel guilt except if he thinks it's hurt someone's feelings, and that he cares a lot about. So you can see the influence of his artisan temperament there. I definitely think FI is involved with empathy through identification. Oh yeah, and this point here I made is that in defense of FI, you can say when it's polar, it has a bad side effect.
So polar
it must have some good to it.
The expression
very
polar,
weak.
Polar is when FI is weak and undervalued. So that is when that's the ESTP and that's the ENTP.
Yeah. And so my point there is that when it's missing, you notice how important it is because it's because when it's missing, people can be a bit well, from one point of view, immoral or ethically challenged, maybe. So ENTP behaviour such as arguing with people about things they don't actually believe in, but just to see what the other person's reaction will be. And so they will argue for something they don't necessarily believe in, and sort of play with people because they're more interested in the intellectual workout of debating something, of trying to win an argument for something they don't actually believe in themselves. Actually interviewed someone like that off record.
I had a question. I saw there it says prone to projection.
I think so. Can be, yeah.
What do you? Is that
I
your thought, or
I understand what that is. So what that means is, well, DJ R&D actually mentioned this, is that INFPs could accidentally project their feelings, so whatever they feel, they might think that other people are feeling. And I didn't realize that until he mentioned it. So after he mentioned it, it's like, wow, am I doing that? And I noticed that other INFPs do it, and I do it. So it's like, it's something that does not like occur to me consciously. I just only realize after I'm told.
Yeah, but you have to do it in order to empathize. You have to project because you have to sort of like imaginatively put yourself in another person. So that's why I put that green ring around it. So that projection part is, to putting yourself inside someone's shoes. But again, you have to know when you're doing it or not doing it.
I think the INFJ, or at least the FE subtype, for me, there is still that projection, but it happens in kind of like a little circle where I think I'm reading what someone feels, and so I don't project my feelings onto them. I project what I think they might be feeling onto them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Michael, do you experience that?
About it. Because I definitely recognize the feeling of assuming that I know what other people are thinking, which is why in some of my videos and things I've tried to emphasize that at least in my experience, the INFJ only thinks that they know what other people are feeling. But I've wondered how much of that was actually related to type and how much was just my own anxiety issues and things. But I have seen with me and with other people a tendency to it's actually almost like a getting too focused on what I'm thinking and feeling and what I think, too focused on me, as though everybody is looking at me and actually does care what I'm thinking and feeling, when in reality they're more focused on what they're thinking and feeling, and a tendency to want to try to over manipulate what I'm doing in order to make sure that they like me or that they are feeling the right things when in reality I don't have nearly as much control as I think I do, if that makes sense. But I don't know how well that connects with what you were saying.
I don't know if anyone else relates to it, but I totally get what you just said. Quite a bit.
Yeah, sweet. Okay. But,
Hanna, I forgot.
What about you, John?
I think you're yeah, Hanna, you're an INFP?
Yes.
Me?
What do you think of this
Oh.
on here about this FI? I did it last year, so it might be a little bit broad.
Oh, you mean that? Well, I don't know if INFP is also FI negative. I assume it is if it's FI.
Actually, they're more. Well, I sort of did this last year, so it's just negative, positive, and it's in a different sense because I just sort of wanted to show. You know, because some people talk about it in a negative way, some people talk about it in a positive. I just sort of wanted to present the best and worst of it.
Yeah.
But yes, in Victor's system, the INFP has very positive.
Okay. Okay. Well, I have been typed. Yeah. But I have been typed in Socionics. I have been typed both as ESI and EII. So I don't know which way. I relate more to INFP in MBTI. So.
Yeah.
So I tend to see myself more as the EII.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
It's
there.
not clear.
Yeah.
But
if you see the top,
FI
forgiving people.
Yeah. But FI, yeah, I can totally relate to this. If you cross my line, then I will show the negative. Well, I don't see it as negative. I see it as, of course, as positive. But I have been called moralistic and self-righteous, and those nice words, like in at several phases in my life. I'm also Enneagram 614, and I think I was predominantly, I was predominantly one as when I was younger. Nowadays I relate more to 6, but it's pretty hard Enneagram tri-type also, and being an FI lead, so yeah, I tend to be the judge, as most of the time in my life, and I'm very aware of moral issues and ethical issues. So, and it's very hard for me to not react if I see some. I don't usually start debates or anything, but if I see these issues like floating somewhere, for example in Facebook, I will react, and I will demand some kind of arguments from people. And I can totally agree that this ENTP kind of just arguing for fun is not, because I hate rudeness. That's where I identify with ESI, that they in many descriptions say that ESI they really hate rudeness and bad behavior, and that's I admit that's one of my soft spots, so to say.
I was having a look at the Wikisocion ESI profile, and I think it is the same as ISFP in MBTI because
really?
It mentions impulsive 4 times, and I'm thinking, right, well that's the artisan temperament, and the I think that it's just that they emphasise the FI part more in Socionics, but in the MBTI part emphasises the. But I looked at it carefully. I don't know if I can show it. I can show you it off air because I've not got. Because what I did is I wrote a lot of quotes from Dario's books on the scans, and he's pretty tough on things like that. I have to get permission from him.
Yeah. I have Dario's book. I have it also, and I never identified with ISFP there. I don't know what type I identified most. I think I identified as TE lead actually when I was reading that book. So yeah.
I have a question for you, Ben David. Do a lot of sensing types in Socionics identify in the Myers-Briggs? Is it because of how they've been characterized in the MBTI system?
So, did you say static types?
Oh, sensing types. Sensing types in Socionics. do a lot of them type as intuitive in the MBTI because of how they're characterized? Like,
well, there's the types and then there's the typing, and as we know, the typing methods can have a lot of flaws in them.
I think the one thing is, like in Socionics, with the sensing functions, they're shown to be very, very useful and as great as intuiting functions. At times, even more dominant than intuiting functions, in the sense that, you know, if you look at Victor Gulenko's romance styles, who's the more dominant one is it's all the sensing types, right? So, because in the Myers-Briggs, the intuiting like intelligence is often associated with intuition in the Myers-Briggs, not so much in Socionics.
What I would say is, I think Socionics has an inferior definition of SI because it doesn't include the MBTI version of SI is effectively algorithmic logic. You've both got the book. It's like SI types are very good at learning how to do things, and so algorithmic set procedures, and they'll view the world through these fixed framework. And you can explain this better, Leon, because you have your Buddhist framework. So it's like they have more of a framework, don't they? SI types. So they're more algorithmic. So they're going to be more effective by what they've learned. And so they will see things by the book or how they have been taught, and it also depends very much on their learning. And the EEG data shows that there's a big effect. What they do and what they study shows a big effect on the SI type's brain. So they're very good at training themselves. And so I would call it, so I would define it as algorithmic internal sensing. Or I could just call it by the book internal sensing. But it will be investigated. I've got, and there is a problem with, in terms of mistype, in terms of converting between the systems, what will be investigated is, because what I want to do, and you can help me with this, Chrystal, is I would like to interview Celebok and ask him and see if he fits LSI or SLI in Socionics. Because in here we have a problem with this type, is that if you just look at the function, a lot of the Socionics people don't know enough about temperament, so they'll confuse these two types, because you've got TI plus, which is, as we've shown, is like linear logic, and then we've got SI, which really is algorithmic logic. So, as you know, guardians are quite linear. But what I think the key difference is that the ISTPs are linear, but they might be coming up with their own logic. And they'll have, and then you have to look for the demonstrative SEs. So you got to look for their temperament. You got to look for how impulsive they are and how structured they are. And of course, with the ISTP, you've got to look for their temperament as well. But that they don't really have that in Socionics. So that's why I want to interview Wayne and interview a lot of ISTPs and ISTJs. See what type they are in Socionics, because
that would
quite
be
a nuanced
interesting.
difference. I mean, you've spoken
a lot of them are hiding away, though. You know, they're kind of more likely to be silent types than so.
Yeah, I think it's just difficult for people from the outside to type people that are introverts, because they don't. Yeah. They always just see that, you know, extroverted side. And I think the longer and the more familiar you are with the way different types function, you can start to understand, oh, okay, that came from an NI place. But it's not like they're in my head and they know what is happening. And I feel the same with Celebach. Like, there are things that he says that because I've lived with an introverted thinking dominant person for 16 years, I recognize that's how he operates too. They're just so much, just logically, internally termed. So it would be fun to see if there was something that, well, he's fought so long and hard against people telling him he's the MBTI ISTJ that he'd probably enjoy doing the interview.
God, that'd be crazy. Why would people think he's an ISTJ?
I think I
When
might
he's-
know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Well, it's just I mean, it would have been getting much more interested in the significance of the tertiary function, and it might, I mean, it might make sense because SI is tertiary in the INTP, that if he's become much more interested in SI and the way that he expresses himself, then I've just seen it on occasion where I'll be typing someone or people have typed me because I've become very interested in my TI, and partly because my dad is a very strongly typed INTP and we get along well, so that comes out a lot in my videos, and people will assume, well, he's an INTP, and I can relate to that, but it doesn't really fit. I was typing a person who I thought for certain was ENFJ, and then it turned out that they were ENTP, which made so much more sense, but it was because they identified very well with their FE and were very sociable and were trying really hard to laugh and stuff, and so I wouldn't, you know, I've seen a little bit with INTPs in history, but also with my dad, who have started expressing more of their SI and will have this sense of routine and wanting to have a more concretized experience, if that makes sense. So that would be interesting if that had something to do with why they thought he was an ISTJ, if he was expressing that more. But I don't know if you agree or...
Well, actually, for ISTP, his tertiary would be NI. So
Yeah.
You said they were typing him as ISTP?
So he types himself as ISTP.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, but I know what you're saying.
Well, never mind.
No.
No idea why that's
I
happening then.
I think it's because TI is definitely like more of a judging function, and ISTJs, they're actually more, their lead is a perceiving, and so it gets a little confusing, especially because he had such it sounds to me like a more rigid, strict upbringing, and he as an Enneagram 9 is very passive, that he just knew how to look the part. You know, he's got two SJ parents, very traditionalists, and didn't want to rock the boat. And so it's only been in adulthood that he said, you know what, I get to do what I want now. But I still find it confusing because I had an ISTP brother who was very much into all the adrenaline rush type of activities you can imagine. He was a snowboarder, he did rock climbing, he did kayaking. He was, if he could go bungee jumping, he went bungee jumping. He was just always into that. And Celebach is so much more of a homebody, you know?
Jeff Miller said something about Celebach, that he will like have an impulse to go off and drive somewhere and go on a long journey and do things impulsively and change his mind.
Mm-hmm.
And so he can talk about how he has that artisan temperament.
But see, I, as an intuitive, dominant person, change my mind and do things spontaneously all the time. Like, but it's not necessarily out in an adventurous sort of way. It's I went upstairs and I changed my mind and I changed gears of what I'm going to do. You know, it's not a very linear way of operating every day.
Right. So, Hanna and Leon, this is your model G of for INFP. Of course, this was the pre-digital age, so it's not as clear. Yeah, I had to do this from a Google Translate version, so.
So you're talking about
Right.
R-type, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you have any questions for an INFP, anybody?
Well, I could do a separate video with Hanna about how she fits this profile, if you're willing, Hanna.
I am curious. I didn't mean to interrupt Ben. It's just a quick question for the INFPs here, because I've struggled with trying, because people will describe FI as being more. People will describe it as being more egocentric and selfish, and I've occasionally gotten that impression on bad days, but I don't know what you guys think of it. You seem to joke about it as though it was true, but I want to make sure that I really do understand FI, so I'm just curious from the INFPs here or those who experience it, what your perceptions on FE are as compared to FI, if that makes any sense, or what your experience of it is, because
yeah, I wouldn't say FI is selfish. Of course, it depends on how you define selfishness. It is self-centered, and I think that's quite a different thing than selfishness. It's self-centered because most INFPs or FI lead or FI valuing ego types or people, they feel very strongly. That's one. They are passionate people. They feel strongly. So we are sort of engaged in our own emotions like all the time. So they will take our attention a lot. That's what I mean, that I can be self-centered. But many of my emotions have to do with issues or things that happen in the outside world, and especially things that happen between other people or my relationship to other people. So they are not selfish in that way. They are very much oriented towards the interactivity or interrelations with other people. So I find it a bit, and of course, especially about values. So if people think that it's just selfish, I find it a bit, I don't know, a bit weird. And I'm thinking, if you don't have emotions, then how can you have values? So for me, so I relate them very strongly. So and I can feel quite desperate sometimes when I feel that people don't think about these things. They don't, I don't know, they don't reflect on the world with their emotions and like how they and their own value system, and they don't think about morality and ethics so much. So that's sort of shocking to me, on the other hand. So I don't know if that explains anything, but
that makes a lot of that actually explains a lot. It sounds, the best way that I can think of it is saying that an FI dominant type is selfish would be the exact same thing as saying that an NI dominant type is selfish, simply because they're reflecting on the world through the lens of their inner thoughts. So it's not that FI is selfish, it's that it in the same way that NI or the other introverted functions, it's just the difference as to in what way is it in that introverted way abstracting from the world, and it's focused on the values and stuff. If you seem to agree with that.
And I think INFJs have the advantage that your outward expression comes with FE, so you look more friendly, even though you can be as self-absorbed as we are. But because our extroversion comes through via NE, but especially with TE, and it's much more. It can be more blunt, or not maybe blunt, but I can be blunt sometimes. But it can be more like negative, a little bit negative, or look a bit more like cold or something like that. And it's a pity for INFPs, I think, because we can be misunderstood because of that, I think. At some
Tomoa, you had something? I mispronounced your name, I'm sorry.
That's totally fine. Just, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome, great, because I don't think my microphone picks up very well. Also, can you still hear the sound in the background?
It's a bit.
Yeah, if you slow down a bit and just articulate, I think we could all hear you.
Yeah.
All right, great. So, can you still hear the noise in the background?
I don't hear anything in the background. Your voice is a little soft, but we can hear you.
Great, awesome. So, I'll try to come closer to the mic. So I was thinking about NI, the function NI, and let me know if you can't hear me because my microphone is sort of faint.
Actually, you're fine. You're fine.
All right, great. So I was thinking about NI, and I know a lot of people see NI as envisioning and being able to look into the future and be quite visionary. That's one aspect of NI. And I feel like the second aspect of NI is being able to take different points of view and have them in mind at the same time and kind of emphasize them. I feel like these things aren't as, they're both seen as NI. I feel like there could be, and that there is room for a separation between these two things, almost like in the sense of a certain type of NI usage that isn't the same for everyone that has NI. Something I was thinking of, if there are any NI DOMs here, it'd be great to have some input. For instance, like, I type as the INTJ, and I definitely do, I feel like the description of the strategist fits me, definitely being able to account for different things at the same time and try to select the best option. On the other hand, the description of like an oracle or something of that sort, I feel like that's not, very descriptive of me.
I definitely understand what you're saying, and I get annoyed that so much focus is about the visionary aspect of introverted intuition because it's not like we're walking through life making psychic predictions everywhere we go. That's not very accurate. And so I find it more accurate to say that being able to have a bird's eye view and constantly be looking at things from different perspectives. And I think with extroverted feeling paired with introverted intuition, it's going to be different, where for me, the intention is to then take it from the perspective of each individual person, where I'm relating to their emotions and looking at the perspective from where they're standing. So maybe you could contrast that, what it's like to be NITE. What do you do when you're taking different perspectives? Is it just something that you logically are coming up with another perspective yourself? Where does that come from?
So basically, I feel like it's just a way of adapting to whatever environment that I'm in. I feel like I always just synthesize aspects of the environment and try to, again, select the best option as it benefits me. I think that's the way that NI really shows for me. I think it just happens, basically.
Right.
It's about being really analyzing everything.
Yes. Hey, Michael and Jonathan, he asked other NI users, so take a turn.
Yeah. I haven't heard much from Jonathan. If you wanted to speak, I don't want to put you on the spot. But I'll take that as a no.
Well, Jonathan's an INFJ, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure you can hear me right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah.
I can.
You said I was soft earlier. I'm okay now?
You're much better now.
Okay. Okay, I don't know what to say.
Okay. What do you think?
Michael was eager to hear it because male INFJs are like 0.005% of the population, so he can't wait to hear from another one.
Well, I wanted to make sure we weren't talking over you or anything.
Any particular questions?
Jonathan, you could, if you click on my square, you could have a look at the definition of NI and see if you agree with it. This is in Dario Nardi's book.
Yes. Yes, I've got the book. I agree with it.
Very good. Let's endorse it so that Dario doesn't tell me off if he sees this video. I should admit.
Yeah.
So basically, are there any NIs that feel like they have both of that sense of, like, a very strong sense of the future? And I'm not talking about being able to see things from a bird's eye view, because I definitely feel like I do that a lot. But just being able to be completely future oriented. You know, are there any NIs that feel like they have both that aspect and also being really good at just strategizing?
I think I do, yes. Strategizing is more people stuff. Strategizing in people terms. As far as strategy games or something go, I tend to be but I would say so, yes. Yes. I'm bad at elaborating.
You're good. But I'm trying to think if I had a comment on that. I mean, my experience with NI and future vision is when I'd read descriptions that would talk about the sense of NI having like this future vision and being very future oriented, I'd be like, yeah, but I wouldn't normally consider that the most central description of what I feel like I do, which is more like this mulling around of images that end up usually looking into what the future of the thing is. But then again, at the same time, I'll find that in a negative way, I will tend to get very worried about, or I can get very worried about the future possibilities of what can happen or become, or in a non-negative sense, I guess I will on occasion feel like I can predict or conjecture from whatever data is given, and feel like I can see where things generally seem to be going. So that didn't really add much information. That was that was kind of what everyone else has said. But so I guess the answer is yes. But
so I think it would be great if everyone could opine on what they think of these two definitions in Dario's book.
Let's see.
For people who can't click on it, like when viewers watch this later, will you just read it out loud?
Oh yeah. I'll click on it. If I click on my box,
clicked on it already.
We'll see it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the box I click on is the view that people will see when they watch the video afterwards. So whenever you click on it, it won't change anything.
Right.
Oh, do you want to click on it? You could.
If we go left to right, if we start with Hanna, what do you think of those two definitions? I'll wait until you've read it.
No, I couldn't hear anything. She spoke.
Hanna, are you speaking?
I think she's still reading it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, she's trying to speak.
Oh, she is? You're maybe muted,
I
Hanna.
see her mouth.
No. Yeah. I'll have a look, see if she's moving. No, she's reading.
We can't hear you.
Yeah.
No, she's reading. She's having a.
No, she can't hear
having
us. She said, "Can you hear me now?"
All right. Ah, no. Okay, if we start with Jesse, what do you think? We can go to Hannah at the end.
I haven't finished reading them yet.
Okay.
But I could. I have opinions from Socionics realm, but that's different from what's there, so I don't want to confuse anybody yet. But I'll say that later, maybe.
I'll just say that on this channel, folks, there's a hangout on NE and a hangout on NI, and Victor and Dario pretty much agree on the NE and NI. Now, although Victor isn't all of Socionics, he's one school of Socionics, so there's agreement on them on that respect. Because even David Mark Kersey, right, who doesn't believe in the functions, but if you say to him trans-contextual thinking, then he'll say, yeah, okay, because he does it so much. So you have to... And so...
Well, the thing I know I see a lot of INFJs do and INTJs is that trance-like state. It's like, what happened to you? I was talking to you, you're like, yeah. You know, it's like that. It's like you're all like in a trance. I'm like, are you all right? Can I have to like go? I don't know. But no. But I realized that because I think I might have a little bit of that too. Though I actually kind of get into a trance-like state. I don't know. According to some Socionics model, NI is high on the INFP's strength.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's second.
I do those things. I think they're very noticeable in an INFJ though. That's when I have to save them from traffic. You know, they're just walking across the street, and then they see like the globe in their eye. Like they just zoom out, and they're floating in outer space and looking at the Earth. And there's an oncoming car, and I'm like,
I see the car, and I know it's not going to hit me, so I just go.
I saw your video on that, Leon, and that made me laugh so hard. When you're like, so I want you to know that I love you guys because I save you from cars when you zone out. Anyway.
I needed you in my car yesterday. I was in such a zone. Like, I had several close calls, and I just should not have been operating a machine that day.
It's different from the... So sensing types will have their zone as being concentrated on the outside world, whereas our translate state will be on the inner world. Whereas so artisans are the best at for Jeff, SP Spaz, he talks about, for him the zone is performing in front of people, entertaining a group of people, and that's what he loves the most, and that's what he sees as his particular... Yeah. That's his particular zone. I'm sure he'll do an interview with you, Leon. He'll do an interview with anyone.
Oh yeah, if I could catch him. He's running, you know, running to and fro. I have to be able to catch him.
He will be 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock your time. It will be available.
Okay.
That's when he's available. Because that's when everyone else leaves.
Some artisans are like fish jumping out of the water. I have to like
he can't
catch them in the air. I don't know.
Everyone else leaves his office at 5 o'clock and he stays for another 2 hours because they changed this system on him, which means it takes him longer to do his work. And so he likes to talk to people in those final 2 hours when no one else is around. So that's where you can catch him if you went for an interview.
Okay.
I can comment on the definitions if no one else wanted to go.
Yeah, I can. After you, I can ask. I want to ask something.
You're back. But
but I have some. My computer is really slow. It's like uploading something, and that's why when I click the unmute microphone, it doesn't react. So.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. I was mainly just going to agree that I definitely can see these two definitions in people. that these are definitely good observations. And I know that Chrystal can relate to the phasing out, and you can actually see it while I'm talking. That I in order for me to figure out what I'm going to say, I have to shut out what's going on, like that siren. and I'll stutter a lot because I'm trying to keep myself in, I guess you could call it a zone. I've never thought of it that way before, but I have to focus inwards, and then when I'm talking or when I'm doing videos or when I'm writing and explaining, I'm looking inwards and trying to draw this stuff out, and I'll get so much into it that when I draw the information out, when I finally kind of gotten my hands on the visceral visual idea that I want to put into words, then I'll sometimes actually immediately after forget what I was just saying, because it took so much effort for me to draw it out, so much focus, and I won't know what exactly is going on around me, and will prefer to have enough time for me to be able to do that. Whereas extroverted intuition, they don't need that. They're much more willing to or able to work in real time, and they don't need to stutter like I'm doing right there, but or have lots of time to talk. They feel much more comfortable just throwing more perspectives at a board and making a general picture, if that makes sense. So I don't want to go on too long, but I've been doing improv comedy as just a side thing in a club, and I found that it's a great exercise for me because I'm not naturally good at it. Because when I'm on stage, I can't think quickly enough because I'm constantly wanting to draw out these elaborate ideas from in me, whereas the extroverted and intuitive types who I know are much faster on the draw and much better at just working suddenly off of, because they've trained themselves to be able to work suddenly off of exploding ideas from objectively, if that makes sense. So I was finding that the thinking analogously by the extroverted intuition is very accurate. But anyway.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask is because, well, I'm a theologian and I have studied comparative religion and all these different kinds of, spiritual, how do you call it, rituals or whatever. But my question was, do you think as NI users, that NI users are more prone to meditate or get into this zone? So, because as an NI, that's one reason why I knew that I'm not an NI user, because it's very difficult for me to get in the zone or to sort of shut down my brain, and it's even quite uncomfortable and quite unpleasant to try to do that. I don't know how other NE users feel, but for me it's not comfortable at all.
Yeah, I agree, and I think Dario Nardi's research also shows that it's very. He wrote that it's very hard for them to get into the zone. Yeah, it's very hard for me. I think maybe with someone with NI or like especially like SI users, they could get into the zone pretty fast. For me, it says for any users it takes days, so we have to wait around for like several days before that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like SE needs to come kick my butt to get me out of the zone to do something with all the things that have been floating in my head. Like I'm never not in some sort of zone, but I don't mean like I'm in the zone action. It's like I am in my own little zone, completely disconnected from the world. And
but does it feel peaceful? Because that's, I think, that is a difference between being an FI lead, because it's not peaceful. FI is never peaceful.
It feels far too peaceful. It's too cozy.
Yeah.
You don't want to leave it.
Yeah, because if you think about how they have taken these brain scans from these Buddhist monks and who have meditated a lot, and they have this light blue brain state or how do you describe it, which is the same as NI. So I'm thinking there's something, I'm a bit envious of NI users if you get into that zone or light blue state, so much easier than NE users or at least me.
Be grateful though, because as an introverted feeling Dom, you are in consistent touch with how you yourself feel, always.
Yeah, but
that is a different sense of peace where I have to shut myself off from the world to try to get back in touch with what I'm feeling, because I've been processing and analyzing and meditating on so much out here that I've lost myself. I don't remember why I feel anxious or why I feel agitated, and you probably wouldn't have the question. You know exactly what makes you agitated in the moment that it happens. Is that true?
It is. I think it is true, but then it's also true that it's never just one feeling that is.
Of course.
Yeah, so it can be overwhelming to have a bunch of different feelings, and also that the intensity is really high. So it can be exhausting. So what if I'm missing something? I'm missing the peacefulness of and to have a break. I think INFPs are not very good at having, but unless I know some INFPs though that are really have practiced meditation and sort of, I think they have developed this ability, but I don't know how easy it has been for them. Yeah, I don't know.
I do attempt meditation every day. It's always an attempt. It's like an SI wannabe kind of thing. It's like usually I'm just like very distracted, and then I'm just like my mind's like wobble wobble wobble. Hey, look at this. Well, I'm doing meditation, so I don't know.
Although it's interesting because sometimes I've felt like my NI, I'll feel like that's distracting in the sense that I can't focus on what's going on outside because there's so much going on inside. And while it is generally, I could describe it as peaceful, occasionally if the thing that I'm thinking about, if I get caught up in contemplating on something that worries me, then I'll get stuck there, and that won't necessarily be peaceful. But I did really like what I connect very well with what Chrystal was saying about how it works for you. But yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that.
I kind of want to know who's more chaotic inside, an INFP or an INFJ. Because at least from without INFPs look kind of peaceful, but actually it's not very peaceful inside a lot. But I don't know. I want to see who's actually more chaotic. In a world. Oh, Ben David, do you feel chaotic at all, or is TI like making you feel great?
Oh, dearie me, that is tricky. It's like there's like Victor and Jung has these like this IP versus IJ temperament, and it's Victor would say that. I think he would say that INFJs are more chaotic on the inside than INFPs. Just because their lead function is a perceiving function and it's constantly going over the inside. And now whereas I imagine the INFP, it's not so much chaotic as it would be. I don't know. I'm not an INFP. I don't know. We can ask Hanna. How often do your feelings change? Do you feel like you're in a tumult and you could channel it into a novel and earn billions?
I am very turbulent, like very, and moody. But not all INFPs are. I know that, but I happen to be one of the turbulent variants. I'm also. I think it's my Enneagram type. I'm type 6X. So yeah. That creates a quite intensive and fast-changing emotional culture. But yeah, I would say that I'm not chaotic. It's not chaotic. It's just very intense. That's maybe more like it. So it's true what Chrystal said, that I think I know what I feel all the time, and I'm not scared of my feelings, so it's okay. But I have to moderate what comes out, because not all people like to, experience those feelings that are inside me. So I have to moderate them quite a lot, and that takes energy. So I prefer to be alone when I'm, if I'm in a very strong emotional state. So it's better for me to be.
So in that sense, INFPs are judges because they know how they feel towards everything.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
the problem is with these JP questions is, for introverts, I think they're very, very tricky, because when you come to interacting in the world, like as a INTP, I won't show the judgment side. So, for instance, in Model G, it's like INTP, LII has very good business logic, and we have these great plans. So inside we're judges, but we don't have the energy or organizational skills to implement them. So internally we're judges, but the way we don't actually implement those plans. I imagine with the INFP, inside you're structured with your feelings and your thoughts, but then with the NE, when it comes to implementation, you're going to be digressing and tangenting. And so generally I don't think JP questions work very well for introverts. I think it's very clear to see the difference between an EJ
that's totally true. They say like for us, we'll appear stable, right? But that's, I just walk around and then people say like, "Are you like a rock or something?" And I'm like, inside it's a very tumultuous kind of rock, It's like a little earthquake going on. It's like if you read Vanderhoof's description, it's like at one moment we feel like very inspired and we really connect, and at the next moment we plunged into plunder down pummeled into like despair, but and then we show up to other people and we're like like rocks. I don't know.
Though that's interesting how you describe that, because it sounds in a way a bit like I'm going to say like NI, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is that it sounds like both FI and NI have been described as tumultuous, but with the FI, it's much more, because it's focused on the values and feelings and more associated with emotions. It's much more intense because that's what it's focused on. So you feel this actual raising up of feeling inspired and going down. Whereas with NI, there's no necessarily any emotion there because it's just perceiving. And so I feel like it can still become like really fascinated by an idea and like start really looking at it, but it's not the same intensity. It's more of just this. There's so much kind of mixing around and going on without there being any of the values there. I don't know what you guys think of that. But,
I always want to know. I ultimately want to know who's more tumultuous inside.
Well,
that's what I really want to know.
It's interesting when you were asking about the chaos, and I think because I'm an FE subtype and I'm constantly involuntarily noticing the emotions of others, even though introverted feeling dominants are not necessarily expressing their emotions, if I'm in the room with an upset FI dom, I don't see how the whole world doesn't know that they are upset. And so to me, I don't see them as necessarily, I feel like they're stable as far as like their sense of self, but like I feel like I go along the emotional roller coaster with my daughter, who I think is an ISFP and MBTI. I think she is very much an emotional creature, and it feels like she's going to burst at any moment, and I don't think that looks very peaceful or very calm from the outside, and yet when she wants to just explain how she feels or what's going on, suddenly TE takes over and and it's like it shut it off. It's like all the emotion just went away and is invisible, and it's so confusing. Because then I think, well, maybe I was projecting again because you seem so upset, but now when you're talking, it just sounds so just solid. So it's confusing to me.
Oh yeah. Well, you're not projecting. You're making correct assessments. We just don't want to share our emotions. That's all. But you're right. So yeah, we could. What's it like described in at least Socionics? If you believe that Socionics correlates with Myers-Briggs, is that as an INFP would be sitting. I think also ISFPs too. If they're in a room full of people, if they feel sad, they can't hide it. They're not going to join in the mood of the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. I read about this recently. The ISFP can join in with the mood of the room, and they're actually quite good at it until that line is crossed, where it's then if it then goes up against their deeply felt FI values, then that FI will trump their FE. But again, it's that line they have. They have if you go up against their deeply felt values, because they're introverted feelers, then but they can do the FE thing. It's just that the FI thing is it comes first. It takes precedence.
Right. It's valued above.
Yeah. And of course, because as feelers, they are going to take other people's feelings into account, so they're going to be good at people skills. Just as you said, they put their values first if they are crossed. And in Model G, they have very strong SI, so they do care for people if they judge those people as loyal and good. So when you look at the Kersey definition of the composer, it will emphasize that they are very caring and stuff, and people will and if they don't look at the temperament aspects, they will confuse that with SEI and Socionics. You have to look at those profiles very carefully to see the difference. The types that are the introverts with sensing, I think, are the ones that are most likely to be confused between the different systems. So, ISFJ, ISFP, ISTP, and ISTJ are the ones most likely to be confused. Right then, what do you think of this? What do people think of this definition of NE? That I've got on my. Well, I'll go to the I'll go to the source. Go to the source. Michael might like this. Young. Go to the source. And it also shows the Socionics basis in talking about force. That thing about seizing and shaping the object for SE. And I like this bit. Yes, that it puts into the object just as much as it takes out, because some definitions of NE in Socionics, it's like the potential exists in the object, but no, it's unclear how much was in the object and how much you're putting into it. It's unclear because you can have 10 different ENTPs look at the same thing.
Yeah, and
different things.
And that was something I was at least trying to mention before, is this idea that the functions are, and I feel like I've thought of them this way, and I don't know if it's the best way, where I think of extroverted perception as it's a way for you to receive information in from the outside world, but that's not how the human mind works. The human mind, our eyes aren't actually windows that are just kind of looking out at this world that has these attributes in them. We receive all of this data that doesn't necessarily mean anything, and then we organize it using our functions. So we'll organize the light that hits our eyes and create a picture out of it, and just so extroverted intuition will creatively organize the information according to the way that it works, and will put into it the potential that it sees in the object. But so the difference then between NE and NI isn't so much that NE is this window that is getting information taken into it, but it's the orientation of how it's interpreting the information, where NE is trying to be more objective and to cut the subject out of how it interprets the information, whereas NI is always trying to relate it into this holistic theory. That makes sense.
Maria had a good comment. She came up with this old Russian saying, or it might just be a general saying, that intuition is a daughter of information. So you have to have knowledge to connect things to.
Yeah.
So, for instance, with this definition here, stimuli springboards to generate analogies and ideas. And so, if you think of ENTPs and ENFPs, and anyone with NE is generally interested in a lot of different things, so they have more stuff to connect something to, because they have a wider range of interests. And so going by with this definition of NE, stimuli, right, then we sort of go and look at creativity. And I like this definition, discovering hidden links, or, well, from a artisans might use it differently, but for me, I think NE types see creativity like this: discovering hidden links or relationships between two unrelated things no one has seen before. And of course, that's the thing, is other types will see it as that's random. You're being random, because they don't see the connection. And then Dario's sophisticated definition, the ability to see patterns and relationships in one situation and match those to many other seemingly very different situations, but where that context still holds. So, for instance, you could have a metaphor where the elements are different, but the relationship between the elements is the same as the thing you're allegorizing. And then, this is the example I give the Douglas Adams example. And I'll read through Douglas. Who wants to read through the interviewer's lines?
I'll take that role.
Okay, I'll do Douglas. So this is how he had a problem. So I'll do Douglas Adams. I mean, I have to recognise that some of my best stuff has actually come out of moments of desperation. Right in the early part of Hitchhiker, where Ford and Arthur are thrown out of a spaceship, a Vogon spaceship,
with 30 seconds to go.
That's right, with 30 seconds to live. I mean, it's a very sort of stock, sort of soap opera, space opera, sort of old-fashioned.
Pearls of Pauline.
Yep, Pearls of Pauline, that's right. But the thing I suddenly became worried about at that point, and terribly concerned about, absurdly over-concerned about, was that I put them in an impossible situation. And that is what the sort of cliffhanger is. In which case, how do I get them out of it without then saying to the audience that it wasn't an impossible situation after all? And I got completely and utterly stuck. Now I'm stuck for days on this. And I wondered, what the hell am I going to do? And then I happened to be seeing a television program about judo. And the instructor was explaining something rather interesting. He said that when you have some sort of huge 18-stone opponent throwing himself at you, the answer is to use the weight of your opponent against himself. So if he's launched himself through the air at you, try to make that his problem rather than your problem. And I thought, now...
You mean dodge?
Yes, that's right. And so I thought, there's something interesting here. Use the weight of the problem against itself. So I went back to the scene and I thought, what is the problem here? Any answer I come up with to how the escape is basically very, very improbable. And the improbability is the problem. Okay, use that problem. Make the problem the solution. Then I came up with this thing called the infinite improbability drive, which is the thing which then causes them to be rescued, but also then gives immense new impetus at that point to the plot. And then... does somebody else? Do you want to read? You got a good speaking voice, Michael. Do you want to read through this bit about how it works?
Oh well,
you
thank
do
you.
videos where you talk through.
Yeah.
If you did that one, the infinite improbability drive is a wonderful new method.
Yeah. The infinite improbability drive is a wonderful new method of crossing vast interstellar distances in a mere nothingth of a second, without all that tedious mucking about in hyperspace. It was discovered by a lucky chance and then developed into a governable form of propulsion by the Galactic Government's research team on Damogran. This, briefly, is the story of its discovery. The principle of generating small amounts of finite improbability by simply hooking the logic circuits of a Bamble-Sweeney... What? A Bamble-Weenie 57 sub-Meson brain to an atomic vector plotter suspended in a strong Brownian motion producer, say a nice hot cup of tea, were of course well understood, and such generators were often used to break the ice at parties by making all the molecules... Oh, for heaven's sake. All the molecules in the hostess's undergarments leap simultaneously 1 foot to the left in accordance with the theory of intermediacy. Very mature.
Indeterminacy.
Indeterminacy, yes. Many respectable physicists said that they weren't going to stand for this, partly because it was a debasement of science, but mostly because they didn't get invited to those sort of parties, not because it was immoral. Another thing they couldn't stand was the perpetual failure they encountered in trying to construct a machine which could generate the infinite improbability field needed to flip a spaceship across the mind-paralyzing distances between the furthest stars, and in the end they grumpily announced that such a machine was virtually impossible. Then, one day, a student who had been left to sweep up the lab after a particularly unsuccessful party found himself reasoning this way. If, he thought to himself, such a machine is a virtual impossibility, then it must logically be a finite improbability. So all I have to do in order to make one is to work out exactly how improbable it is, feed that figure into the finite improbability generator, give it a fresh cup of really hot tea, and turn it on. You keep reading? Or...
Yep.
He did this and was rather startled to discover that he had managed to create the long-sought-after golden infinite improbability generator out of thin air. It startled him even more when, just after he was awarded the Galactic Institute's prize for extreme cleverness, he got lynched by a rampaging mob of respectable physicists who had finally realized that the one thing they really couldn't stand was a smartass.
So that's pretty much about the most anything I can find.
Well done.
I see.
So do you think that's any? Just a bit?
Particularly alpha, but yes.
I feel like I could outdo that if I really work on it.
Yeah. Well, I love Douglas Adams, so yeah.
There's that idea that when I try to tell people that it's the stimulus is from the outside, and it doesn't necessarily have to be. That's why I love this definition by Dario. Stimuli are springboards to generate analogies and ideas. And of course, a stimuli can be a word or a phrase. Use your opponent's weight against himself.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, somebody else watching that, there would have been loads of people watching that television program who didn't have the problem that Douglas had, and so they couldn't connect it. But they might have had a different problem that they then connected that principle to. So there is that thing again of it's not necessarily in the object. It's part of it's in the object, and part of it's within you. And I do think that NE types are interested in more things. And so they have more things to connect to. They have generally have a wider knowledge base than NI types, who tend to be more tightly focused. Although not necessarily.
I always feel like my information is insufficient, and I need like one more interest, just in case. But I feel like there's like something wrong if I don't have like, I didn't cover everything.
I can ask Hanna and Leon this question. Do you think that, as an NE person, do you think there's a diminishing returns the more you go into a subject? Would you like to go on to another subject, a new subject, because you can like learn more when it's new? You're not going over the same material.
Well, I can answer. I have changed my academic subjects several times, so I definitely always feel that the grass is greener on the other side. But it's not only that; it's also that I can relate to this connecting and seeing patterns and connecting. So it's usually it doesn't happen totally randomly that I change subjects or change interests. There is some kind of jump, like a bridge idea or bridge pattern why I want to jump to this other. I enjoy that kind of, and I regard myself as multidisciplinary mostly because I like to connect several fields and questions and approaches to,
Yeah,
even
and,
if, yeah.
And ISFPs hate that.
Okay, so then I'm not ISFP, so I
yeah,
can,
exactly, because they're in Socionics they're NE vulnerable, and it's like they like to take there's this one woman called Olga. She gets really frustrated with me because I use different typological systems. It's like because I use a bit of Kersey, a bit of Socionics, a bit of Enneagram, and she's like, no, you need to stick to one thing.
No, I would say that I have explored most Jungian-based theories in like that past 3 years. I've gone through a lot, and I've been typed as several different types also. So yeah, but always with the FI.
I think one way to help confirm your type is to ask you, what do you think of ESTPs, Hanna?
Well, this is public, so I have to be careful. I could say that I have. Well, I don't end up in conflicts often, but if I think in Socionic quadras, I would say that I have most misunderstandings with betas. So, yeah. So
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I definitely relate most to delta. So that's why I've chosen INFP or EII.
Yeah, my favourite question for anyone who is an INFJ or INFP is just like to help confirm their types. I ask them, what do you think of ESTPs?
Yeah. Yeah, let's say that I don't think, I don't have the same feelings about ESTPs as most IEIs have. So.
But of course, it can be nuanced, though, depending on the relationship. So, for instance, Chrystal's got an ESTP sister.
Yeah.
Maria had an ESTP father. And I think their view is that if you sort of got that at a young age from a relative or from a close friend, you're not necessarily looking for that in a mate.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but well, more than what I think about ESTPs is that what they think about me. They usually don't. Yeah. So.
Do they think that negative column on the FI sheet I showed?
Yeah, well, they are the first ones to say that I'm moralistic. And they don't like it, and that I'm too cautious or too suspicious, or just too FI. So, yeah.
Oh yes, conflictors. Yeah, I was thinking about intertype
You're definitely
relations.
not too FI, Hanna. Don't worry about it.
No, you have a conscience.
Yeah.
I feel the way I feel about ENTPs, I think when INTPs mature, they sort of they know they're working on their FI. They're sort of or in other words, becoming aware of being more appropriate and knowing it's a weak area to work on. And then they see an ENTP, and they will admire the ENTP because of their extroverted qualities as well. But then also, when an ENTP does something inappropriate, it almost reminds them vicariously of their own weak areas, and it will make them cringe. Although I have thought about, I do like the joke about ENTPs that they'll wear a fishing vest with lots of little useful pockets. And I think one time I might appear in a hangout like that, and then Chrystal can say, see, I was right, Ben is an ENTP. It's wearing the fishing jacket.
Yeah.
But again, this is an example of the range thing in Victor's model, that a lot of people watching this hangout will think, oh, Ben, you're an ENTP. But I would say, but that's because I'm on the range. I'm talking about a subject I'm interested in. And that's generally with introverts, if they're on their territory, they're talking about what they're passionate about, then they're gonna be more effusive.
Yeah, I know many of my friends would say that I am an extrovert because when I'm with them, I usually talk about my interests. So I'm very, my NE comes out more. So yeah, and my husband is convinced that I'm ENFP, but I'm not ENFP. Yeah. I might be any subtype. It's possible.
Just reading.
He's a ISTJ, right?
My husband. Yeah. My husband, he's ISTJ in MBTI, but I have no idea what. I think he might be but he's, what is it? SLI.
Yeah, I think that's the correct match, although it is tricky.
It is, yeah.
Because you have to really. I think if you know your Kersey temperament, then you can see that they compare. But I think that particular one is the hardest to convert between the systems.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm keen to interview Wayne, because because then I can have like both Model Gs and like compare him to both.
I'm actually interested also because Wayne, of all the people I've seen in Facebook and in this type community, Wayne is most like my husband. So I'm really curious about, and their typings have been quite similar also, and their Enneagram type is the same. So yeah, I'm very curious about that.
I think if you look at Wayne's background, where he works, he's got extremely strong TI because he's like working in computers, and so people are going to think, oh, you're an INTP, but then when they actually like hear things about his lifestyle and the things he likes doing, then I think, oh right, his temperament is SP, so yes, ISTP. People just assume, oh, he's intelligent, he must be an INTP.
Well, yeah, wow. Yeah.
Well, Chrystal did convert him. So initially, he wasn't interested in Enneagram, but then Chrystal converted him.
Yeah, I remember. I witnessed it.
Yeah, I need to see his video with Jeff about his Christianity, because that's part of a non-Socionics aspect that I've not looked at yet. Now, what was I going to show? Right, so I showed you those definitions, and I now have the other. Oh. Yeah, so Hannah, I could do a separate video with you on how you fit the EII profile if you'd like.
Yeah, we can try. Yeah. Sure.
Right. So we won't go over that one right now. We can go back to talking about NE. See how it's used in my type. I noticed these little biases in Victor's profiles where I can see how he is biased against the ENTP. Okay. Right. I wonder if ENTPs do generally make INTPs cringe. I'd have to start a thread on that in INTP groups. Right. NE, yes. That here. That is. Oh dear! I've made a mistake. I should have shared the screen. Okay. There's a little bit in here that I'll give you some background to. Yeah. So that second one, where he says that he comes up with a solution that's different from normal, he's pretty much talking about the fact that other socionists, they won't agree with him because he's too creative for them, because he's very individualistic, and other INTPs can understand it, but so everybody else is like, oh, Victor's being unconventional again. They've become very closed-minded. They hate the fact that he's come up with this 8-function model like this. Because they're like, oh, we already have Model A, why do we want to change this? And I have actually been banned from posting this in Socionics International, and I'm not allowed to post anything about Model G in World Socionics Society either.
They banned you?
Yeah, I've been banned from doing it because World Socionics Society is strictly Model A. So I go to MBTI people who are more open-minded. Because
oh, well, thank you. Wow.
It is true. I mean, you have lots of Socionics people who are like purely on Model A, and the thing I like, the little things you get in Model G is the idea of this function having so little energy, this number 8 position. So, for instance, in the case of INTP, and that match David Kersey Jr. Oh, damn it! He doesn't like being called Junior. David Mark Kersey. This one here about number 8, T-pop. And when I read this in the profile, I thought, wow, this is such a great match. Lack of energy, lack of organizational skills.
I have a
But
question.
at the same, and this is where that JP thing comes in. Like, we have lots of ideas, so in theory, we're organized. Right, in theory, we know what to do, but we don't actually do it.
Isn't that agonizing?
What's the background for the Model G?
Okay, here we go. Right, now, Victor, the background is other models involving 4 functions of action. Yeah, sorry, there's a little bit of lag. I'll show you the background. It's the tote model. In fact, what I will do is I'll show you the PDF. I'll just close that and I'll show you the PDF. Because he did a PDF about the background of Model G. I've just got to open this. Right. What was interesting is when I showed it to David Mark Kersey, he'd actually seen some of the models of what happens when someone takes an action. I'll show you in a moment. It's a bit vague. These 4-step models of how someone takes an action. So the Jord-Mead behavioural model, and then of course he wasn't familiar with this second one, and then you've got the tote model in NLP. And then, of course, Victor doing transcontextual thinking, he thought, okay, that has 4 stages in it. Or what might have happened was he might have done it the other way around. Is he might have come up with his model and then thought, okay, I wonder what other things look like this that I can use to justify the model, and then look for other similar systems. And then he's talking about how Model A goes like that, and he says it goes that way. And then what else did we get? And then there's lots. And then I sort of summarised it in a diagram. Right, and then I did my own diagram based on it, which is Model A explanation. It's going to be. There it is. Right.
So I want to mention something. So, Michael, what I guess one thing I don't. Sorry for kind of interrupting, being off topic, but yeah, what do you think is the best way of typing people?
Oh well, I just typed into Anna that I'd be happy to answer, and then Leon asked me so.
Magic.
What the best way of typing people?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, because I actually talked about this a little bit in my interview with you, Leon. That sorry, just a second. I've never been very good at it myself, or considered myself very good at it myself, and so, but people have asked me, and so I've done my best to try to help them out. One of the major problems that I think people run into when they're confused about what their type is, just in my experience, is that they'll in the descriptions of certain functions or of certain types or things, they will identify with something that's said that they consider to be a major part of them, but which isn't actually related to the function in the strictest sense. And so sometimes I have to find a new angle to explain the way that the type is or the function. But because I've never had any trouble myself with what my type is, so I've never been through that. For some reason, I was just always confident in my typing as INFJ, so I got lucky. But when typing say typing a historical figure, that's easier because I have their writings and I can get into their journals and read what other people thought about them and get all their dirty secrets. But with live people, that's I suppose I could do that, but that might be illegal and not. So it's this probably isn't a very useful answer to you. Because I was helping a friend of mine try to type their family members, and I think we got them down pretty good, but I get nervous because I'm always worried that I don't have enough information about the person and I'm going to get it wrong, and but if you want actual advice rather than me just talking about how I don't think I'm good at it, I would say that it helps if you're able to just eliminate and do a process of elimination. And I found that if you do know the person very well, if you can describe the function axes to them and get them to understand, then generally it'll be whichever function axes, especially with the judging axes. I found that if you can really describe it well to them, then whichever one they really are like, well, that's the way that things are, right? And then they're like, I don't understand what you're talking about with the other one. With my INTJ friend Hiram, I was trying to explain the function axes, and it took and several times when I was explaining it, he would try to explain back to me what he thought the FETI axis was, and he would always describe it in terms of TEFI, where he's saying, so it sounds to me that you want to know what people are thinking, but you don't care what their goals are, which seems, and the way he described it, it was basically he was like, but the whole point is what the people are feeling and what their motivations are. So I don't understand what the it was interesting. I don't know if this is making sense, but so I found that generally is a good way to do it. It's just it's hard to describe things. That probably doesn't really answer your question very well. I'm better at the.
Yeah, and what is interesting is that because I have noticed that NI users are usually have it easier to type themselves. I think it's most difficult for NE users to type them. Yeah.
Yes, they see the possibilities.
Our group, we have Mars group, a Briggs group that meets up in person. The ENTPs, they never know what their type is.
Yeah.
They have like the name tag is like X and XX.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they say.
Yeah, the ENTPs just never know, and the more they're at the group, they just get more confused. So.
Well, that's what they might just be doing that in order to strike up a conversation with someone.
No, they do that too. They do that too. They kind of they like to pull their pranks and things like that.
Yeah, I remember I mentioned this in the Chris Montoya video I did. We thought about how the functions might be connected, and I was thinking about how TI and FE is connected in the INTP. Is the INTP will think about, they will tailor their explanation depending on their audience. So they're thinking about how their audience is going to understand something. So there you can see the interplay of FE, considering your audience, and TI being the ability to change your explanation to suit that audience. So maybe me doing diagrams in order to explain, because I want people to understand, is an example of the FE motivation behind the TI.
This is totally off topic. I just realized your question was how do you type yourself and not other people? Anyway.
Well, both. I mean, in general, do you make them take some tests or official MBTI or just reading that? That's sort of like very concrete methodology. For example, I think I have taken probably every single test there is in that. I have taken the official MBTI at least 4 times, and I have different results every time. So, and I have been typed by different experts, both MBTI practitioners and then Socionic people, and then also other Jungian-based theories.
Yeah.
So so I collect opinions. I think that's quite NE. Maybe, do you think that's NE? I don't know.
My advice for people typing themselves is to think about their weakest function, look at Socionics, the vulnerable function, and then also to think about intertype relations in terms of like their conflictor and their dual, and that is usually a good way of telling the difference. It is a way to, if you're confused on that last letter, then thinking about intertype relations, like for instance, INFJ and INFP have opposite conflictors and duals. So if someone says they're an INFJ but can't stand the STPs, might be an INFP if they don't like artisans. So yeah, because generally you know how you feel about other people in terms of like a gut reaction, and if you know what type they are, then that can help. And also I would suggest people look at Enneagram, and then they can see if they're an unusual combination. So for instance, if they're a sensing type that's an Enneagram 5, and if they don't know about Enneagram, they might think they're an intuitive because they're so much interested in ideas. So that would be my advice.
That's good advice, because I'm a quite clearly a head type in Enneagram. I'm 6 wing 5, and I mistyped myself as NTJ before. So I was even typed as ENTJ before. Can you imagine? And also INTJ. Those were top choices for me before. So I think it's partly because of my Enneagram. I'm a little bit like this NT flavored NF, if that makes sense.
My other advice for people is to use the Kersey temperaments, because they work. If you look at, if people read Please Understand Me carefully and look at the words and tools, it's just so noticeable when somebody is an artisan, and then when you know, it's then how you then feel about those. But usually that is, and knowing the difference between artisans and guardians will help in finding the difference between ISFJ and ISFP, and ESFJ and ESFP. So Kersey's so good on artisans because for about 20 or 30 years he worked in the school system dealing with these children that were causing trouble, and so he was coming to the conclusion why they like that, why are they causing the trouble, what is their nature. And his parents were both artisans. His brother liked to go out fighting just for the fun of it, and when he was a fighter pilot in World War II, he said he remembered that all his fellow fighter pilots were artisans, and so he was always trying to like rehabilitate artisans and sort of say, well, this is what they're good at, you can't change them, but this is what they're good at. And his son said that when it came to the description of the guardians, a lot of that is very much based on his experience in the 1950s. So when you read the Guardian descriptions in Please Understand Me Too, you might think, oh, it's a little bit old-fashioned, but what Jeff would say is that the Guardians will change with the times. They will very much reflect where they are. So, for instance, if they're in a part of America where there's gay marriage or whatever, then that's going to be conventional for them. They very much reflect their regional variations. So it's not that they're inherently conservative. It's just they just reflect their upbringing. But another thing is that Guardians, they'll go with the traditions that they see as useful. So obviously, if it's like not useful, then they won't. But they'll be longer than other types to give those up. So there is. So I'm not saying that Kurz is better than Socionics. I'm just saying, as an NE person, that you want to use all these perspectives together. Hey, Hanna, like you want to use Enneagram with all these and sort of like get them to sort of triangulate on a type by these different approaches. And I think Victor and Linda have used the same example of this multi-angle thinking of, if you look at a cylinder from the end, you see a circle. If you look at it from the side, you see a rectangle. And when you combine the images, you see exactly what it is. So multi-angle thinking.
So if you put a bunch of the Guardians, like if you place everyone in a hippie commune, like everyone is in hippie commune, the Guardians are more likely to stay hippie, and then the other types are more likely to start thinking about maybe I should be like a yuppie or something like that.
I think the artisans would rebel more because they're just rebellious in whatever culture they're in, as rebellious as they can be. You know, they don't want to be suicidal about it, but they will always rebel, even in little ways, subtle ways. And Guardians pretty much do reflect their regional norms. So
yeah, whereas like intuiting types, they just like rebel in their head or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird. About
it's
that.
Not like real rebelling.
Yeah, that's weird.
I don't know.
That's a very nuanced thing in the theory, because in the theory that the NFs are compliant, but a lot of them are not compliant with that. So you have to think about where they're getting it from.
We're not compliant. It's just that we're feeling types. That's why we're just.
Yes, because you're taking other people's feelings into account. Yeah.
Right.
Back.
Like inside, we're like rage against the system, and we're like, how are you doing?
Right. So who here has Dario's book, Neuroscience of Personality?
I've read it.
What do you think, Leon? What do you think of it?
But I love it. I think it's great. Yeah, I like it a lot. It's actually what's very interesting to me is how much it falls in line with both the MBTI and Socionics. Like,
yeah,
there's even evidence of like the functions that are not in the usual function stack in MBTI showing through in the Socionic sort of way. I believe, if I remember correctly. So I thought that's pretty interesting. Yeah.
And in this bit here, Dario showed that for SJs, this region T6 is very active, but it's not connected with P4. So they, if you think of the SJs being rigid planners, and they expect what's normal to be what happens in the future, whereas the INTJ, they will also plan into the future, but they will like look at other factors, and so maybe they can see how things will change into the future, because you know the NS and the NTs are about change. So that part of the brain is active, so they can. So it's like the interaction between the different brain areas. So for INTJ, these and intuitives in general, these two are very much connected. T6 and sorry, I didn't connect that. T6 and P4. And I think this is interesting that it splits FI into a couple of things. And I'll ask Hanna this. Are you very sensitive to sound more than other people? In terms of like, or anybody else who's FI?
Well, I'm not FI and I am sensitive to sound. If that means anything to anyone.
What's your question about FI?
I have a feeling that FI people are very sensitive to sound. More than.
Well, I am. I'm not sure about others.
Yeah, you've done music, haven't you, Leon? Do you have a musical background, Leon?
Right. Yeah, I'm sensitive to like people's intonation. I'm sensitive to sound. Like if I hear the creaking of the door, I hear music. There's notes in it, so.
It's more. I think FI people will notice things that other types don't, in very subtle things in sound.
Let me ask you a question. If what would you suppose SI would be able to pick up in terms of the senses? Because it seems like if you have a feeling that FI would be good at picking up sounds, then you probably have an idea of what other types would be good at picking up. Just really quickly, and then you could definitely stick with talking about FI.
Interestingly, ISFPs, so FISE, the back of their brain is very, very active in, this occipital region. So where the visual cortex is. So in Model G, ISFP is FISI, and their SE is demonstrative. So you sort of like notice their artisan traits, and so this can explain why ISFPs can be very artistic. Is they're very active at the back of the brain, but got more detail.
One thing, before Michael has to leave, I think Ben, David, what you might be very interested in is Michael had some pretty. He thought about his own theories concerning typology, and he's working on a few things, and one of them is how he relates the functions that are opposites. And definitely, if you have a chance, you should talk to him about it.
Oh, excellent! I could do a separate hangout with him on it and let him speak. We'll have a structure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Just let me know. I don't know the best way to contact you. I don't want to make Leon the messenger. All the way, but,
I can add you on. You can add me on Facebook.
Okay. Okay.
And you'll be able to find me. I'm in the group Victor Galenko's Model G.
Okay.
And I think that when people,
I'll also send you Michael's email address too.
Yeah, that's a good way to.
One thing with Facebook, like I think when there's like two like MBTI people and they're Facebook friends, then there's I don't know. I get a lot of people who are interested in my channel. They start to find my Facebook. So it's good. Like
yeah.
Yeah, if you can send to my email, that'll be great.
Okay.
Yeah, and if anybody else wanted to do a separate hangout or anything like that, I'd be happy to do that. So if you had any questions and stuff, but I got to head off. But it was a pleasure. Didn't mean to interrupt you, Ben.
Yeah, it's fine. I think I might have talked a lot because I was like trying to force too much Model G on people.
You're okay. You're okay. Well, we'll talk separately another time. Just let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, I'll see you guys.
See ya.
Okay. Bye, Michael.
All right. Bye. Thanks, Leon.
Bye.
Talk to you later.
Yeah.
So, Leon, one of the things I like about Dario's research is it shows that the relationship between the Jungian functions and the actual cognitive processes, and it sort of reminds people not to take the Jungian functions too literally. They're sort of a categorization of the real things that are going underneath, and even then these things themselves are still a categorization of a more complex being known as a human being that has like a life history and all these. So Pete, I love the phrase not confusing the map with the territory.
Yeah, I agree. You have a question for me about it? Okay, I'm looking through this.
Yeah, I'll just let people know that this is from Neuroscience of Personality.
Oh yeah, I see.
It's just so people know, and it's on Amazon. You know, it's a very good book. There's no colour in it, just so no one's disappointed. But it's a very, very good book. People will say, "Oh, did you match him up? Is that just your opinion?" Well, I got that based on what was in the chapters. So those are the areas that are active for those types, and also based on the areas that are active, it sort of shows that those areas are concerned, that are linked with those functions, because if they weren't, you wouldn't have that consistent. You wouldn't have the pattern of, like, say, all the types with MP in their code having the Christmas tree pattern, or all the types with, you know what I mean? Those patterns wouldn't show up to sort of like justify the connections with the functions.
Right. Okay, great. So, what areas for you are like that you think you're good at that are atypical for your type?
Me? Okay.
Yeah. Well, you have more force quality, so maybe stronger FI.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I would say, yeah. But I think there's a lot of INTPs with stronger TI than me. I'm not as focused on the TI. As you can see, I'm more of an NE subtype. People thinking I'm an ENTP.
Yeah. You almost use TI like a creative. Like it's like you're explaining things rather than be like this is the final. I don't know.
Yeah, because most INTPs like Enneagram 5. Oh yeah, that's another advice. An advice I would give to fellow INTPs is read Enneagram 5. It will give you so much help because it will give you those 9 levels of mental health. But yeah, my motivation is Enneagram 4, which is why I used to think I was an NF. I used to think I was an INFJ. But what disabused me of that was the intertype relations. When you then start looking into it and going, oh, the INFJ likes the ESTP, and I said, no, that's not quite right. And then when it's talked about INTP, their intertype relations, then that helped me think, oh, right, that's why I like ESFJs. And then learning more about the function. So that, I think intertype relations is very useful for help narrowing down the type.
Yeah, maybe being able to figure out the types. But what I also find interesting is the Enneagram kind of influences the intertype dynamics. Like my relationship with INTP type 1 is different from type 5 or 4.
If people want to see the video on my channel, identical relations, Chrystal talks about how she relates to other INFJs and how that varies by Enneagram. And she was saying that she really likes talking to Enneagram 5 INFJs and Enneagram 4 INFJs, but not other Enneagram 2 INFJs, because she says that because they're too similar. It's just not really getting a lot out of the experience because they're so similar.
I see. That's funny.
and so it becomes boring.
Okay. So when you identify with 4, can you identify with like the letters, the levels of health and unhealth?
Do I think the Enneagram 4 would like that?
No. And since you're Enneagram 4, like when you see the levels of health and unhealth, do you identify with that more than like a type 5? Because a lot of INTPs are type 5, but they're not necessarily. I know.
Yeah. It's just that most. It's like I said before. If you learn about because if you're an unusual combination, then that's why learning about Enneagram is so useful. Because, like I said, I'm a slightly unusual combination in being an INTP Enneagram 4. So I've got a bit more of an NF side.
Yeah. What's your wing? 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
don't see you as 3 wing. So,
yeah, I wish I did have a strong 3 wing.
We're all similar. Tommy is a 5 wing 4.
Yeah. I cannot visualize an INTP 4 wing 3. I don't know what that would look like.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, an INTP 4 wing 3 is probably an INTJ.
Mm.
Who thinks they're an INTP?
The 4 wing 3 is the aristocrat, so yeah. That's a very interesting and aristocratic.
I could smarten myself up, get a tie, mustache.
All right, so if I could interject, because this back to kind of what I was talking about earlier on with the difference between conceptions of intuition. I feel like definitely, and I know you guys have both studied this a lot, so you guys can confirm or criticize however you want to. But yeah, I feel like you guys are probably familiar with the website Celebrity Types, right?
So what's it called?
The which website?
Celebrity Types.
Oh, Celebrity Types.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Oh, you know who's big in Celebrity Types is Michael Pierce.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He writes for Celebrity Types, so.
I can say what Jeff says about it. It says that in a lot of the cases you're just typing someone's persona, and a lot of people say.
Well, you mean Celebrity Types? Yeah. One thing about it is, I like the articles they have a lot there. One thing is, they type people like when people say something and it's a lot aligned with the typical philosophy of that type, then they type it as that person, which I don't necessarily, think it's the best typing method.
I see what you're saying. So basically, they take a quote that the person has said, and they pick the ones that best fit the type. I do feel like some of them are pretty good, especially with the INFJ. At least maybe not at least more so the historical figures. Like definitely, I can see how Isaac Newton could be said to have been an INTJ, or like or some other people like that, basically. And I feel like just looking at that list can really show a difference between the types of INTJ, so to speak. I know a lot of people are probably tempted to make subtypes out of every type, but I do feel like there is quite something to be seen here. Basically, like taking the list of INTJ, I feel like you can definitely see the egotistical type. The egotistical type really goes for knowledge, and what else? They are very often the kind that's very calm and really has a very strong aura of confidence. And then you have the mastermind type, and this would be people like the mastermind type, people that are more likely to who have been known for synthesizing things in their mind. They're very good at things at the time. And on the list they have people like the founder of SpaceX program. I would think he'd be so. All right, I'm sorry about that. My sound is better. I know.
Yeah, but generally, if you reload your tab, it sort of like creates a new connection, and and the sound does get better.
Alright, let me do that then. You guys can keep on talking.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What I could hear was very good, but I had to strain. Leo, I got a good question for you that you can ask people. I've not got the nerve to ask this, but you could ask someone when you interview people. You could say, "What wouldn't you like to be asked?"
What wouldn't? Are you asking me this now?
Yeah. I think that's what you should ask people when you interview them. You can ask them, "What don't you like being asked when it comes to typology?"
That's a very any kind of approach.
Yeah, because generally what they'll do is people will say, "Oh, I hate it when people ask me about this," and then just in order to prove the point, then they'll actually say why, and then they've effectively broken their own principle. And it's quite amusing. Especially if you do.
That is a way to like figure something out about someone.
But I wouldn't do it because that's too sneaky.
No.
But I will advise other people to do it.
Yeah, you gotta be any dominant.
No, I'm not doing it because of Victor's typing. No, I'm just saying that I generally I stick by some like strong FI rules of like don't put anyone on the spot.
One thing for Tommy, he's yet to be. He wanted to figure out the Socionics system and see if it's valuable. Like for him, he's mostly on the MBTI route, but he wants to see what is important about Socionics.
Maybe Tom, if you say what you were saying again after you mentioned Newton, if you talk again, let's see what your sound is like. Hear what your sound is like.
So I was gonna talk about.
Yeah, that's better.
All right, great, awesome. Yeah, so back to what Leon was saying. I did ask about Socionics. I looked into Socionics and I don't know how to feel about it. I feel like, and what I said to Leon was, I feel like MBTI just fits the way I think better. Socionics feels like it's not very, I don't know, maybe it's a difference between like PE and CI, but it seems a lot less just broken into categories, if that makes sense.
So are you INTJ, Tommy?
Yes.
Right.
Are you having second thoughts? Doubts?
And David's probably looking at his dozens and dozens of diagrams to find the...
Yeah, you know me too well. You know me too well. I'm actually bringing up the...
He has diagrams not just for that, but for his stories too. In the background on his wall, he writes stories as well, and he has diagrams for that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, color coded. I don't know what I'd do without my highlighters.
Wow. I feel like
I lie. Yeah, I'll just show you the benefit of Socionics in terms of now. Actually, the proper MBTI people will say, "Oh no, we have an 8-function model. It's just all the kids on the internet that are just talking about 4 functions." But the actual proper MBTI does have 4 functions. It's just that let's see what comes up. Yeah, it's just loading the image. Now I've added Michael Pearce, I'll actually close that tab. Then I don't want to overload the computer. Right, now I can go here. And Model A. Although I prefer to show Model G, I'll show Model A. Oh, what the hell? I don't want to show you Model A, I'll show you Model G. I don't want to give you... I'll show Model G. Yeah, Model G, translations, what am I doing? Visual aids, share screening, NITI, Balzac, right, I'll open that. Yeah. Right, I'll show you here. Right. So now I don't even show people Model A, I'll just go straight to Model G. So yeah, you've got your classic valued MBTI functions in orange, as you can see, NITE, SE, FI, and in Model G, your SE is quite strong, but at close range. And with your tertiary function, you like to get help with it from the outside, and you find it very stimulating. So I think the theory is INTJ, close personal relationships are very important to them.
Right.
So they're going to be quite different with people they're close to. And the Holt function is what your weakest. Yeah, I misspelt Holt. Very weak at FE. And TI is sort of like, you're very good at TI, but you don't value it. And it's sort of incidental. So it's so bound up with the NI. It's like the NI is the fish and the TI is the water. So you're like the fish that doesn't know it's wet. So you don't really know when you're using TI, because you'll probably just interpret it as NI, because it's just so bound up together. Yeah, so we've got energy going across, and then externalities and internalities. This is like your range when you're on your territory.
All right.
But I would have to.
One thing with Socionics is, and it's partly me because I haven't read enough of it. I haven't gone very in depth with it, but the model, like the mechanism that actually drives the order of these functional types, I'm not quite familiar with what it is, and so as of now, it really just seems like just things like that are just put together. Like,
Right. Okay.
I understand, like basically, let me ask the question straight then, then how are these things ordered, like, Socionics? Like, I understand that it's supposedly the weakest function for INTJ and things like that, but what makes it so?
Well, Victor's organized it by energy, and is also organized it by extroversion, introversion. But he relates it to the tote model, which is how a decision is arrived at. So that's the... Right, so that's the tote model. It's just a model of how people make decisions, what the information, and so he then thinks in each type that a function will relate to one of these stages.
Right.
And so then when we go to the model, I think this is the model. Yeah, this is it. And so this is an explanation. This is how it matches. All right. So okay, I don't know how clear that is. Right, so that matches the matches the dominant function. So we've got here government of the psyche in charge of setting goals and making decisions. So your NI is it's setting the goals, making the decisions. It's paired with the manipulative function, so it's in your case it's paired with SE. Yeah, equivalent to the dominant. Yeah, equivalent to the test phase in the tote model. And then Dario Nardi has here high EEG activity in regions correlated with the Jungian function in this position. also related to function-specific macro states, i.e. whole neocortex EEG states. Right. So, for instance, in the INTJ, they have a tendency to go into a whole brain state where, and of course, some people say, "Oh, that's not right." But what it really means is a whole neocortex surface state, where it's sort of like the INTJ is in the zone and working on something. And they're locked in to get that. So the whole of the surface of their neocortex is like their big thing. And then the creative function is it implements the dominant function. It's not like the auxiliary function. This is something that works in the background. And it is a case of what is done rather than what is said. So, for instance, ISFP would have SI there, and they wouldn't like say SI things, but they would do SI things in terms of like they would take care of the people that they are close to. But in order to maintain the bonds of their FI relationships, so it's like their SI is serving their FI, but it's like unspoken and in the background. But their SE is demonstrative, so it's like easier to see. So it's like it's what. So in this model, it would be okay. Let's go to yours.
Yeah.
Give you a clear example would be just for your type. Would be this one. Got to clarify things. Right, here we go. This one. But I remember that I did a hangout with. If you see my interview with Dario Nardi, I actually go through. We actually go through this model together and compare his experience to this model. So, for instance, here, your TI would be. You don't really think about it, you just do it. It's so much bound up with your NI, it's really connected together. And so you won't necessarily value it that much. That you value the TE more, you have a lot more energy for TE. So you're thinking a lot more about Is it true that you're thinking a lot more about practicalities? And
I mean, I don't disagree with the concept of CI, of me using CI, but not really noticing it. Again, basically, like when I have something in mind, I kind of like obsess over it, like a concept, and I'm really, really trying to understand it. And I feel like I could see how you could say I use CI in that sense. I'm really trying to stick through the information and have it figured out, and that goes into looking at it from different angles. I can definitely see that. In general, I appreciate things being in order. I'll say that.
But it really is the servant of the NI master. Right. Then we got. And then the SI function is. This is something that you'll increase. This is like something that can be trained, that you know is a weak area, and that you actually think can be improved. And so over time, you get better at SI. And then FI is you have low energy for it, but it's very sensitive, and it's the thing that turns you on. It's something that will turn. So, for instance, if you're in a relationship who's someone with FI, and you really trust them, then that feeling of trust, because it's hard. Is it true to say that? Do you think it's true? Do you think it's hard for INTJs to trust people?
Let's see. I don't know if it's so much a matter of mistrust as it. Yes. I would say so. And the reason is because I don't know. I feel like as people grow older, definitely, because you just realize that there's so much like wrong like in the world. I think that's the reason. Maybe not so much something that is innate to INTJ, but INTJs just kind of learn to watch out in that sense because they can definitely see where things could possibly go.
And in Victor's system, this is actually the function that starts everything. Is Fi. It's like the launcher function. So I suppose in the theory that if you were if you're close to someone who you really trust, then that sense of connection will really mobilize you and stimulate you. And now in the case for me and Leon, it would be Si. So literally, it would be someone taking care of us or giving us some good food. That gets us going, or something like
wiping our butt.
Well, we're not that bad.
I'm just kidding.
We're not that bad. Maybe, I don't know if you like this, Leon. Do you like reading outside on a sunny day, Leon?
Yeah, I do.
And do you feel that the pleasant atmosphere really helps you to do something like read?
Yeah, I like pleasant atmospheres. Sometimes it's hard for me to find it. There's also, I see a lot of INTPs. Well, it's not too hard for me to find it. Like, I actively look for it. But, like, I think a lot of INTPs and INFPs also like playing it safe.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
So like, you know, they do things and they're like, oh, we care about our own safety, and it seems like all these other types are just like very like impulsive or not looking out for themselves, and we think that we're so awesome for like knowing how to take care of our own safety. But everyone else just thinks that that's just like cowardly or something.
It's like INTJs will have like an SP inside them, and INTPs will have an SJ inside of them.
Right, and that's like, I guess, like the anima concept, right?
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you a question, Ben, because I know MBTI is based on observing groups. You know, it's very empirical. I know Jung kind of like, his theories are based on his observations. Socionics, on the other hand, is it like, what is it based on? Is it based on some kind of is it based on observations as well, or is it based on some sort of like steps of logical deduction, like using symmetry or something like that? Because I have a feeling that there's some of that, and I'm not really sure how.
Yeah, what it is Victor calls those people that go from the deduction. He comes up with a whole cognitive style for that. They're called evolutionary types, and they're deductive, and they start with certain principles. And it's like those. He calls that information socionics, where it's like those people have like rigid definitions of the functions, and then from those like principles and premises, they will deduce everything.
Right.
But what Victor does, and he actually says what INTPs do as left types, so involutionary types, is that we're more scientific. We will observe the world, observe the data, and then we will create our theories based off of those observations. And we will simplify the empirical data into theories. Now, other types will say, no way our INTP is simplifying things. But to us, we are simplifying things into a model. And I've noticed that in Socionics, the founder was an ENTP, and they will, and classical Socionics will be like, it will say NE is potential in objects, and I'm like, no, I've just done a presentation on what NE is. Everyone knows what NE types are like and what they're best at. Let's define NE by what NPs are best at. And all those types with NP in their code are best at that thing that I showed before, you know, the lateral thinking. It's just like, and so if you're then more empirical, it's just like, if you then look at everyone with S and P in their code, what are they best at? Well, they're best at being in the moment, they're best at being good in a crisis, those types of things. What are those with S and J in their code best at? Are they best at going through a process and sticking to the instructions and training it and going through the practice and being very trained at something? So Leon's done music. I suppose SJs would be very good at music, especially playing the piano, doing all of the practice practice for hours and hours and hours.
Whereas other types are good at music in theory. In their heads. Chrystal, she's an INFJ. She's good at music.
Yeah, but how much does she practice though, compared to?
She sounds very good. Like she plays piano. It's not like simple chords. It's like very, and she sings very well.
Well, that's different. That's different. I think that's limited. Now that could be connected with FE. The ability to express emotions and sing. Because I've noticed, I'd say a lot of ESFJs and ESFPs are good singers.
ESTJs and ESFPs?
No, ESFJs and ESFPs. Well, they like to sing anyway.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah.
Not many INTJ singers.
Is that true?
Not many INTJ singers.
It's kind of hard to sing when you see the how the future is like gonna pan out.
They could sing the blues.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a good song in Bugsy Malone called "Yesterday." That's pretty dark song. Pretty. Yeah, well, I think, mate. Yeah, David Mark Kersey said that he thought that the profile. He said that Victor was very good at capturing the type. I think when Socionics people are very good at should be good at describing their own type. Where Socionics can, another problem that Socionics can have is its definition of SE is it's far too narrow. It really is far too narrow because it's all about. In fact, I probably have it in here. I actually did Olga. Right, did she write it there? Oh no, not that one. Right, that's involutionary. Oh right, oh yeah, you wanted to know about left and right. Okay, I'll show you this. Yeah, that one. That's one of the differences between left and right. And zoom in a bit. I'll zoom in there, where the other ones. So this is more what Jack Aaron does, this deduction where he goes axioms possible. And he's even said to himself, he studied philosophy. So for him, the functions are absolutely rock solid. And so like he really sticks to them and everything flows from them. And so he sees the quadras as those four valued functions being very determinative when it comes to typing someone. And he doesn't look at the fact that within each quadra you've got left and right types and you've got like different Galenko temperaments. 4 different temperaments within each quadra.
Alright, what is it? If you keep scrolling, what does it say? It says evolutionary, involutionary, and what are the other two?
Which one?
So it says, I see involutionary, evolutionary, and what else? Are things just split up into those 2 things?
Well, generally those types, basically left types are...
Okay, never mind. I thought there were like 4. Alright, but it's literally just involutionary in it. Okay, so that's
yeah, involutionary. Mentally simplifying, yeah. Left types.
Is the INFP a left type or a right type?
Right type.
So that's the whatever they say positive is?
You're a positivist. But you're a positivist right type, so you will go from principles and axioms to, of course, these Rhinian dichotomies. There was a study in 2003 about how accurate they are, but they can be useful.
How did they do studies in Socionics? It's a very theoretical.
Yeah, they do quite a few experiments, but again, it has to be translated into English.
Is it like positivist? Is it like they do a lab kind of thing, or is it more like a intuitive approach to research?
I think there was a study. If people go to wikisocion.org and type in the 2003 study on the Rhinean dichotomies, they might be able to find out. And it was inconclusive results. But the left-right thing is, it has a big difference when it comes to the charges. And there is a difference in terms of FE plus and FE minus. So for instance, ISTJ and INTJ are both FE polar, but they express their FE polarity in different ways, don't they, Leon? Like generally, the ISTJ is more aware of people's feelings than the INTJ. It's just that the ISTJ is psychologically closed, and that they're not able to express their feelings very well or change the mood of a room.
I would like to see what Tommy thinks about this.
Okay. I can't speak for ISTJ, but so in terms of INTJ, like what if you were to like gear your question in a certain direction, how would you?
What it is this part of the brain here, region T5, is very active for guardians. So that's even going to be active for ISTJs. And so what that will result in, and my mother's an ISTJ, is they are very attentive to the social feedback. So they read people really well, but they don't express their own emotions very well. So they're quite psychologically closed. Whereas INTJ, they don't express themselves very well in general, and they're not as tuned in with their social environment because they're FI people. And although INTJ is FI, but that region is not very active. They stick more to themselves. INTJs want to stick to how they don't care as much about social feedback.
No, I agree. I mean, I'm yet to think into these things deeper, but on the surface, I can agree with
and
that.
what INTJs can do is, and Leon's asked Dario about this, is they can learn NLP to give the appearance of being more socialized. So they can learn things like how to gain rapport and things like that.
Well, there's some INTJs that are very good at like interacting with people and in very engaging ways because they can use their TE as almost like a scientific approach to figure out how to do that, like be able to interact very well. To the point of like even being like above average, like they're like it's good because it's scientific. So
you can make a system of relating with people.
Yeah, it's like I spoke to an INTJ a few days ago, and he would say that he has lots of things in the background that he can like pull out of his sleeve as things to say. So yeah, they can have a whole system of
it's conditional.
people skills learnt from a book, and that they can implement and practice and do it in and actually come across as very polished.
Right. It's like if this smile, if this laugh. And,
yeah.
It's
contingency planning.
Yes, exactly. Contingency planning.
And that's very much
right. As opposed to say FD DOMs, it just seems like for them it's just more natural. I mean, that's what's at the tip of their behavior. It's just relating with people and really showing emotion. For INTJ, you really have to. I mean, in my case, like I tend to sit back and maybe not so actively, like I'm not thinking I will now sit down and make a system, but I just tend to, while I'm relating with people, sometimes I kind of realize that I kind of thought about this prior, and it really is contingency planning. I do agree with that.
I did a thing with about the SE Right. Yeah, Olga's definition of SE is Olga Tangeman, who will only wants to see things through one point of view, but her definition of SE, because she is an FISE, her definition of SE actually is the same as the Kersey artisan temperament. It actually mentions things like impulsivity and freedom, because she's obviously taking those things within herself. But if you just look at the normal definition of Socionics SE, it's like power. That's it. And so when someone like Jeff looks at that as an ESFP, he would say, wait a minute, yeah, that's true of ESTPs. ESTP is all about power, but I'm an ESFP. I'm all about having fun. I'm not about controlling people like that. I'm about having a good time, having fun. So for him, it doesn't fit very well. So when Victor did his definition, he actually put he had SE plus for ESFPs, so that would be power sensing of resistance, and so that fits the ESFP. The ESFP doesn't like being controlled. They don't like being told what to do, or their freedom restrained. So you can see the freedom aspect within that definition. And then Victor defined ESTPs as having SE minus, which is power sensing of subordination, and those are the types that like to impose their will on people and set up hierarchies and that. So he's nuanced it to make it more in line. One of the things I've done is I did in a Kersey, where we go, please understand me too, scans, NITE, right, this is the mastermind profile in Please Understand Me Too. And there are, what we got here? Contingency planning. So that thing of looking into the future, the NI and the TE. If-thens. If-thens what?
Right, exactly.
Right. Then there's stuff about rationals in general, and then right, and it's got some notes on there that I need to change, and then we'll go to the next page. And then we've got right. Right, so you've got the emphasis on efficiency, goals, usefulness, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, right. Only if they're useful, things like that.
So I was actually waiting for an email to get something done. I just received it. I kind of have to split. But
okay.
That's very, very interesting. So I know you were talking about the G model. Is it with Socionics? The model G?
Yeah, it's Victor Galenko. But you see, most of the other schools of Socionics aren't interested in it because they're stuck to Model A, and they're not innovative thinkers like Victor. And when I get the full profile out of him, I can do an INTJ video with you.
Sounds interesting.
But the Kersey profile of the mastermind, you know, this should not be confused with the INTP. It's pretty obvious which is which.
Right, and I know in Socionics, well, okay, never. In Socionics, there's something where, like, I've read somewhere that some INTJ, like, they feel like in Socionics that they would be INTP, stuff like that.
Yeah,
so it's a lot of ambiguity.
But I will maintain that if people compare the profiles, and if they know about the temperaments, and if they compare them carefully and like analyze it,
Right.
they shouldn't be able to confuse them if they think really carefully about the function. So, for instance, when you read stuff about here, ideas, theoretical models can be translated into actuality, and if you businesses and the practicality and all of that kind of stuff, then you should think, if someone's reading it carefully, right, this is ILI, this is not LII. This is somebody who is using extroverted thinking. It's not somebody who is thinking about models all the while, the way that an INTP is. So they shouldn't confuse them. If people really, but you see, most people are not like me. Most people are not INTPs, and in the next profile it talks about that INTPs will analyze something to death, analyze and analyze and analyze. So we can see we are less likely to get them mixed up, in my opinion, because we're looking at a page for about 2 hours.
I wonder, like, how do INTPs get anything done? Like, if you could.
Well, that's the problem. That is a big problem. With difficulty. That's how we get things done, with difficulty. But yeah,
they're the architect, you're not the builder.
Exactly. We'd like to give and that's how. Oh yeah, that's my advice for fellow INTPs: is the way to improve your TE is to improve your FI in order to get other people to do it for you.
It's to improve your FI.
It's true. Yeah, because if you improve your networking ability,
which would be FE?
Pardon?
Which would be FE?
Yeah, but if we see FI as the ability to form close relationships,
all right,
and we see FE as emotion. No, I agree with you. There is a lot of overlap between the two. FE and FI, there's a lot of overlap in the two approaches, and it probably is both. But generally, if an INTP improves their people skills, then it's easier for them to network with people, and then easier for them to get things done, because they're actually using help from other people. So, for instance, those fancy graphics that I showed were actually done by somebody else, based off my rough hand-drawn ones.
Right.
And also the actual translation I got from someone. So in order to do that whole model, first I had to know Victor, I had to know Maria, who did the translation, I had to know Scott, who helped me with the graphics. So lots of people were involved in being able to bring that into materialization. So that's the way. So INTPs need to improve their people skills in order to get stuff done. And it also makes it more fun if they're collaborating with people, I suppose.
If they can manage to not get lost in arguing with people, definitely, it makes it more fun.
Right.
I've witnessed just get caught up in arguing.
Yeah, we are masters of organisation in theory, and then he talks about at the bottom that he then talks about constant. They need. I thought that bit was funny. The cognitive scanning of INTPs is global and not diffuse like an NF's. Now that bit I don't know about the concentration. If they're in any subtype, not so much. Right, I think it's on the next page about. Let's have a look. Next page. Yeah, the next page is. Right, the next bit. Now here it is. Yeah, this bit. This bit's key. If an organisation is to use their talents effectively, architects must be given an efficient support staff who can capture their ideas as they emerge before they lose interest and turn to another idea.
Right, right. And one thing I find also to be true about INTP, and I read this somewhere as well, is when they get enough experience at a job, they're very often like, they become like the gurus at the job. Do you find that to be true at all? I know definitely I've seen that, like in my case.
Sorry, what was that? They come what at the job? Unglued? Or
They become the gurus, like the go-to people, the people that really are.
Oh, right, got you.
Right.
Yeah. It says it here. Once INTPs know something, they remember it. And because they think about it, and they're also thinking about how to simplify it and how to explain it to other people. Because they're always thinking about the same thing again and again and again and again. Just how to just simplify things. It's mainly a case of they're thinking about it all the while anyway, and when they talk to people, they generally talk to people about things that they're interested in. So that's probably why.
And do you feel like that is NE, like just finding ways to explain it to people?
I think it's NE and FE in the I could explain it like this, I could use this metaphor, I could connect it to this, I could use this as an example, I could use that.
Right. Another thing I heard was this concept of loops. Basically, just generally in psychology, if you take the two introverted functions and you look at them, which would be the first and the third, or both of us, or like the two extroverted functions, you can really see like different things. Like, so basically, looking at an INFJ, for example, since they are NI DOMs and in the third place they have TI, they're more likely to absorb information, to like rationalize it. So basically, like they're just always like thinking about things, very over analytical. And I found that to be very, very interesting. Just looking at things in terms of taking like the first and the third, or the second and the fourth functions, and just seeing how they tie together. So basically, like with INTP, it would be TI and what's the third one again?
SI.
Right. How do you feel like those two, if you looked at them just apart from the other two functions, how do you feel like they would tie in together by themselves?
Well, in Model G, it would be SI is a launcher function, so we're taking information in.
Right.
And as Maria said, there's an expression in Russia, or it might be outside of Russia as well. It says that intuition is a daughter of information.
Right.
So it's taking all the information. So that's, like I said, a lot of INTPs are Enneagram 5. So like taking in a lot of knowledge, then finding the connections and putting it into a model, maybe connecting it to things you already know. So for instance, in my journey in typology, to use an F phrase, I will connect bits from different systems and say, look at Enneagram, or just combine the different approaches. If we look at it like this, and then if the different approaches agree on a certain type, then you can be more confident of somebody's type. It's like getting a second opinion from a doctor.
Interesting. Well, I really have to go.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really, really great, being here with you guys. Thanks, Leon, for inviting me, and I really need to get out of here.
Yeah, okay. It's great to have you, Tommy.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Before I go, I will show Leon something about the INTJ that shows that it is the ILI in Socionics, and it has all this stuff here about them being hard to read, but then about them having a ton of emotions inside.
Oh yeah, they do.
What? I have no emotions. I don't know.
Deeply emotional, even romantic.
Yeah,
if they've decided the person is worthy of them. Yeah.
I see that.
So let's see. Yeah.
I see that. You do have to like they do like protect it though. You have to be trustworthy.
Now a bit here that relates to the intertype relations is here, but not at the cost of having a submissive mate, because they want a woman. Like I said, their ideal is the ESFP, somebody who has got some spunk and feistiness about them.
Tommy, do you like spunk and feistiness?
That's a very interesting question. I don't know if I would say ESFP. I do see how ESFP can be really, it can be, captivating because they are very unlike INTJ. But I feel like that might be very surface level. Like it's the kind of relationship that you just get into because you get drawn at first, and then you really realize that you guys have the same functions, and it's like, okay, there really is no growth here, or something like that. That's kind of how I feel about that ESFP thing. I'm not too sure, but I do see, like, how INTJ are drawn to ESFP because, again, they're like everything that INTJ can't be, because INTJ are very systematic and, like, reclusive in a lot of senses, and ESFP are just like all out there, like, in front of people.
Oh, you know what happens if an INTJ and ESFP get together? It's called like riding a bull or something like that.
Riding a bull?
It's like when an NI dominant with an SC dominant. The NI is sitting on top of the NI dominant is sitting on top of the bull, and the bull is the SC dominant.
Well, they don't have to use that position.
It's like you have to make sure the bull doesn't like do like things that are going to be catastrophic. But it's a fun ride.
They probably don't like INTJ so much either, because INTJ can be probably not as exciting as their usual friends. But I don't know. Hey guys, I really have to go. Again, thank you so much, and later I'll talk to you guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. So do you agree, Leon, that if you look at the types, if you look at the Kersey profiles very carefully, then you should be able to match them up correctly with the Socionics types. If you carefully.
If you're very careful about it instead of taking it on surface value. Yeah, sure. Well, one thing I want to know about, I want to learn about the positive and negative of, the positive negative functions.
Okay, I'll show you that. I'll put that on in a moment.
Maybe you could show me the INFP one first, so that I could get a handle of how it works.
Okay. Well, that would be in the right. That would be in that. Right. Okay. So that is. I'm looking for Robespierre, Dostoevsky. Profile Dostoevsky. Now, unfortunately, this one is based on a right. Oh yeah. So talking about FI helping TE, but even with this, I needed collaboration from Victor in order to produce this. So, for instance, I had one of his papers describing how Model G works in order to write the stuff down the side.
Actually, since I've seen this one before, maybe you could show me the one which lists all the functions and the positive, negative, so I could compare and contrast.
Okay. Right. So that would be
that way. Yeah.
Yep. I'm just gonna. Right. This one here. Right. Oh. There you go. So that's a SI. Oh yeah, you've got the information there.
Okay, so positive is adjusting the environment to make yourself as comfortable as you can, make your territory autonomous, and then negative is treatment of a malady or resolution of everyday discomfort. So which one would I be? Let me think about it.
You're minus. As a right type, you're SI minus.
Okay. Okay, so
but
I can identify with at least the first part of SI plus.
Full disclosure, folks, is the Socionics definition of SI I only see as half the truth, because I do like the Western type version of SI as SI being the thing that defines Guardians, as being algorithmic logic, as being by the book, as the thing that makes Guardians Guardians is SI, and as Leon knows, it shows up in the brain in Dario's research, doesn't it? And we're going to be doing a hangout on that soon. It might be in November, folks. So I do see this comfort thing as part of SI. What do you think of that, Leon? Do you think it's part of SI, all this comfort stuff?
I see both as being part of SI.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's how I see it. I think they're both right. They both have half the truth.
So do you see like ISFJs more like they're trying to prevent discomforts?
I don't know. I just see them as nurturing.
Yeah.
They are called the protector in Kersey.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be protecting them from negative things, usually. So that might fit in with SI minus.
Okay. So now we're going to go on to force, which is SC.
Yeah, and at least Victor's nuanced it. At least Victor has a definition that fits the ESFP better.
Okay. Okay, non-compliance, forming alliances against a stronger enemy, being assertive about their demands and protecting their interests. And then SC negative is playing on other soft spots, having them depend on you, building a hierarchy. Well, I guess for me, it'll be none of them, but more likely positive.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't see like INFPs building a hierarchy, or I don't know. Which one is the INFP?
SE plus. You'd be SE plus because you're a right type.
Yeah.
And one of the differences between this, I suppose,
but the thing is, I do protect people's interests, so I don't know whatever SE I have. That's I guess I'll prefer to use it in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's in the profile. But what we got here? We've got.
Is there any system to figure out like what's a pattern like? Who do you know is positive in what and negative in what, or is this just random?
Well, if you tease it out and you think about it, like I suppose one of the best ways of doing it is. It's like, so this is like comparing kindreds. So you're comparing, so with the SI, you're comparing ISTJs with ISFJs.
Mm-hmm.
With SE, you're comparing ESFPs with ESTPs. So if you look at how they use it differently, the ESTP definitely uses SE more to assert their power, and the ESFP uses their SE more to have fun. And it's more about freedom for them and impulsivity and acting in the moment than it is about power.
Yeah. I was thinking about, so INTPs would also be SI negative?
INTPs are SE, yes, SE negative.
About for SI.
Yeah, we're SI positive and SE negative. So what that might come out as is INTPs could use SE inappropriately. Okay. So, for instance, I would describe myself as SE bipolar. Okay. So when I use SE, I would go too far. I would be too harsh. You know, it wouldn't be nuanced. It would be like it would be seen as an overreaction. It's like, oh, that INTP has just lost it. That INTP is cracked. He's overreacting or cracking under the pressure. Whereas an ESFP might be cooler under pressure. Because generally artisans react well under pressure. Because the pressure like switches them on. Right, and the worst thing you can do with an artisan is bore them. Bore them is the worst thing for an artisan. Mm-hmm. They much prefer pressure to boredom.
Yeah. So even if you're antagonistic, at least it's entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, they hate being bored. Artisans hate being bored.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so we've got FE. Now this is... Oh, it looks like what's happened here is the insertion bar was right in there when I did the screen grab, as I left the insertion bar in. So really, that should be FE plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So Yeah.
Now Maria would say that when you're more competent at a function, or when it's higher in your model, you can switch between positive and negative versions of it more easily. So it's not the case that the ENFJ is like this all the while.
Yeah. Okay, so being happy, expressing enthusiasm, being friendly and open with people, and the other one was being angry, indignant, dramatizing events, ridiculing others, escalating conflicts emotionally. I did see in Socionics like they do. Well, I thought it has to do with them being in different quadras or something like that. So like I thought like because the ENFJs are more about like the drama. Like they're both dramatic,
right.
but one's like the ESFJ is like the lighthearted kind of. ENFJs, they are that way, but they're also willing to express the negative aspects because that's part of the drama in life.
Yeah, well, that's how he sees that type operating.
So am I FE positive?
You are FE negative. I can have a look at what it says in the profile.
Okay, I can't tell then.
Right. But you see, this profile was from Google Translate one. Let's see where it is. Right, that one. And I'll go and have a look. FE negative. Right.
I immediately notices when growing emotional stress doesn't like crowds. Loud compliment.
Yeah, I wonder if that does mean a wolf whistle, a loud compliment.
Yeah, I thought that has to do with like SE stuff. I don't know. It also because I kind of changed over time. So I used to not really like a lot of emotional displays.
So this square is high in information. So so again, because you are a feeling type, you are going to be sensitive to FE and FI because you're thinking about feelings. It's just that you've got low energy for it because FI is number one. That is the program. That is the management. That is the lead. That is the dominant. You don't have the energy for it, but you're very sensitive to it. So
yeah.
Let's go back to.
I'm looking at SE positive. It doesn't even look like it has the attributes of the SE positive in your print screen.
Oh, okay. Well, if you hold those in your mind, and then I'll show you what it's like in the INTP. Right. Okay. So it's worse in the INTP. Oh, but you've got there. Cannot put pressure on people. Impressionable, vulnerable, often does not stand confidence. Okay. Now, so if we compare that to INTP. Right. Right, and of course this one is... Oh, I've got to zoom out a bit and get rid of that gallery. There we go. Can't force and control other people. Well, we can, but it comes across as being far too... If we try to do it, it's like we'd be way over the top at it. And other people would like, don't talk to me like that, because we're not.
Yeah.
We could learn it though. I mean, all of these things can be adjusted. I mean, the INTP could like go on courses, do martial arts, all those sort of things, get experience. I mean, David Kersey was a fighter pilot in World War II. I mean, his experience of being in war and being around other SE people would have made him better at this sort of thing, just because of his life experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think this is connected with the NI, because when it says here, easier for him to let go than to stick up for himself, that's because we can see what could happen. If we start a confrontation, we think, wow, but what happens if this happens? What happens if he throws a punch? What happens if
yeah, so like when you're thinking about this thing, so the INFP is SE positive, so are they more likely to stick up for themselves?
I don't know. We'll have to go back to the.
In my opinion, it might be the case. If I look at INTPs, they always look like they're looking ahead, like they don't want to stir up the trouble.
It might be the ethics thing with the INFP, because if like.
Yeah, it is that.
You're sticking up for something. You're sticking up for something you believe in.
Right.
But I think INTPs can see the consequences, and even if the INTP was like quite good at self-defense, they might think, what happens if this guy comes back with his friends and beats me up? What happens if the guy comes back with a weapon?
Yeah, I do see you guys think about these things. I'm looking at NI positive. I kind of see that. Like, actually, I thought it's like a TI thing. Like, you're able to like break down tasks and work on them. That's under NI.
Yeah, we're quite cowardly. Yeah, we INTPs can come across as quite cowardly because we're looking at the negative.
INTPs, they don't dwell in the past.
You see, a lot of this is based on a Socionics definition of SI. Now, we have our version of SI does have that thing where it looks back, but you know. So we do it a little bit, but we also look to the future, I suppose. Yeah, I'm always thinking. Okay. Yeah, but I also look at the past as well.
I want to go back to the other chart with the plus and minus of every function.
Okay. All right. So. Right. So we've done ethics of dramatic emotions, and then when we go to this one's quite interesting. The F, I definitely noticed this difference.
Okay, forgive people, giving them benefit of the doubt, grieving and comforting those stuck by grief, being kind to others, and the ISFP is keeping others at a distance, being suspicious, holding a grudge. There's Hanna talked about like being suspicious and all that.
Pardon?
You know Hanna?
Oh yeah,
she spoke earlier about that being suspicious. I know that depends on like Enneagram type, but like for me, I tend to be more trusting, so I'm not very suspicious of people.
But what I would say is there is a lot of bias in Socionics against the ISFP because it's the bias is coming from ENTPs. And I would say
they made the system.
yeah. And so what I would say is this is true about the ISFP if you cross the line with them. But if you don't cross the line, if you don't violate their principles, they can be very kind people. I would say they are very kind people, if a little bit impulsive. But if you cross the line, it's like that cat. EJR&D talked about the ISFP, didn't he? Where he talked about they're like that cat, that sort of demure cat. But they sort of like if you stand on their tail, they'll show their teeth. Whereas an INFP cat probably wouldn't show their teeth.
Yeah.
They might go meow. Oh, you really didn't mean it. I'll forgive you.
But usually ISFPs would be friendly cats. It's only when you cross them.
That's what I would say.
they do have a look on their face that looks like tougher.
What it is ENTPs see ISFPs like that because every time they talk to them, they're trolling them, and they're they're crossing the line. That's why. And believe me, I can have my problems with ISFPs. And dearie me.
But it's interesting. ISFP is your super ego.
Yeah.
So meaning there's something you admire about them, but you just can't do what they do.
I might.
For me, like the ICP, like that's definitely the case. Like I always like really look up to what they do, and then I see that I can't do what they do. So.
Oh, about ISFP.
Yeah, for you it's ISFP. For me it's ISTP, the super ego relationship.
So which type do you look up to?
Well, okay, in a super ego relationship, that's ISTP.
Right.
For you is ISFP. It's like it's not the conflictor. It's similar to the conflictor. But for some reason, that relationship, like at least when you're looking at them, you really like, you could appreciate what they're doing, or you could.
Yeah. The problem is that you run into the polar function. My experience with ISFPs is because they have the same cognitive style, like holographic panoramic thinking, but the problem is that they're very prickly. They can be prickly once you cross the line, and also they're polar, and so it's like looking at things from different angles they don't so much like. But I don't like the way that Socionics will define them as this judgmental person. And the way the ENTPs in Socionics define them like that. But if you look at the profiles carefully, you'll see all the stuff about them being kind to people who are close to them, to the people that they respect and are loyal to. And so, right. And what about the NI there? Oh, I think we went over that a little bit in the Hangout, but what the hell, we'll go over it again. Still in the Hangout.
Oh, I'm thinking. Okay, so I'm supposed to be NI negative, right?
Yes.
How
did you work that out? Did you just remember the?
Yeah, I remember. You just showed it. That's why. That's why I remember. I saw. Okay. Yeah, I think it's also like recently I've been changing my view of things. So it's like I think the NI negative is usually my default.
Yeah.
But I also go for. I try to go for NI positive.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I've been like looking at like the works of like INFJs and they make me feel happier.
Oh. Overall, you are a positivist because your dominant function is FI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. I'll go back to this. It's in the next slide. It's this that it changes.
It is more important to bear in mind that logic of life does not allow for individuals' functions always having the same sign. You can't focus on the past or can't always be happy. Sooner or later, your mind might turn to future. Spirits take on a nosedive. A future, okay, that's positive NI, and then nosedive is negative.
FA, yeah.
Ethics?
Yeah.
So that's just feeling in general.
Oh no, emotions. So E is FE.
Oh, FE, yeah. So they're like kind of talking about the INFJ here, what they experience.
Just for all of them though, that
you
can change. So like Victor always builds in these little caveats for like giving himself room for maneuver.
Are INFJs FE positive or negative?
INFJs are FE positive because they are left types.
Oh. So they must be like they must be really happy then. I don't know.
No, well, the way they appear to others. So, for instance, they will show positive emotions.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah.
So the way Chrystal talks about it, she will show positive emotion. She'll put a brave face on things, and also being an FE subtype as well. Going back to intuition of the past. Right, this one we had a lot of. Oh gosh, let me tell you what happened behind the scenes, folks. So I was communicating with Victor and Maria, and we were trying to come up with what are the best names to call these in English. And we were thinking about, should it be prospects, should it be potential? And I was thinking about, well, maybe it should be intuition of parallels, intuition of this, intuition of that. And so trying to get to the right name was very tricky. And Victor actually said in the Hangout, Leon, in the Hangout number 7 with Victor, we go through this, and he actually said that I'm a good example of the NI minus, because he said that I kept on giving different names for this function. All the while I would suggest a different alternative for the name of this particular function. So
under NI negative, there's also extrapolating. So I guess it's like thinking about past errors and extrapolating to the future to see if there could be more negative errors that could happen.
Oh, were we saying it should say extrapolating? Why does it say extrapolating?
It says extrapolating up on NI negative. Oh, we're on any now. So okay, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Any plus, searching for a new, exploring, inventing, taking risks, trying to be original. And another one, setting yourself apart, finding new ways to avoid boredom, turning the commonplace upside down, noticing the hidden side of things. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, it's more for differentiating between ENTP and ENFP.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
We've got this one's good. I think this one is. I think the TE and TI ones are very, very good because it sort of captures the S. So, for instance, TE minus is the SJ. They're not being as risky with their business logic, because they're naturally cautious.
Okay, working efficiently, being economical, using resources frugally, working hard.
Yeah, I originally thought of I suggested to Victor to call that business logic of frugality. And then he said, oh, but it has to fit all the other types. And so eventually we settled on logic of saver, which was like the original.
That's interesting.
So I would say that an ESTJ in business would go into a line of work which is very safe,
secure.
So for instance,
like they might have something that already has a system in place, right? And then
exactly. And
whereas you look at ENTJs, they're always like switching jobs, and they're like, they want to like expand themselves, I guess.
Yeah, because they've got that background NE, the Galenko creative NE. Or demonstrate
valuing profit over usefulness. What does that mean? Like selling like cheap supplies, or what? I mean, like selling.
I don't know. I mean,
is it like selling supplies nobody uses?
I don't know. I mean, we should have brought that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
There might be something that's lost in translation.
I want to ask Jesse. I think he would be TE negative, right? Yeah.
I don't know. What type is Jesse?
He's LSE, right? He said that.
Right.
He's LSE, but for Myers-Briggs, he says he's an ENTJ.
Right. So, I would love to have a hangout with him and Jeff to like
But like
compare
when I see him like in chat or wherever, I do see him express delta values.
Victor didn't. Alf, blessing Alfred Stash Sanger, has said that Victor's done on his website. Is done sort of like an analysis of the founding concepts of Socionics, and he came to the conclusion that quadras were only 60% reliable for the following reasons. Each member of a quadra is a different temperament, a different Galenko temperament. Like one's extroverted rational, introverted rational, introverted irrational, introverted rational. You've got two left types and two right types. You've also got a system where you have functional accentuation. So, for instance, you can have someone with a stronger function than they should have.
Yeah.
So, for instance, you might have an INTP with stronger FI than normal. Another problem you can have is that if you look at values, you then have to be very careful to separate that from the cultural values of someone. So, for instance, when Jack was interviewing Chrystal, he doesn't know about the values that she gets because of her background and all these other things and her upbringing, and all of those things, and life history. Now, I did an interview with Chris Montoya. Now, they did the same things as the quadras, but what they did is they interviewed a bunch of people, and they were very sure about their types through various methods, and they analysed what were their motivations, and they called them intentional styles. Initially, they called them cognitive styles, and then they called them intentional styles, and they came up with the exact same groupings as the quadras, but they were looking at something different. They were looking at word usage and values, things like that. And theirs was very much empirical rather than a deductive approach. So I think you have to be careful with quadras and see them as a way to determine relationships.
I could see that because definitely, like, I see the positive, negative differences here, like causing differences within a quadra.
I think these are the best one. I think the actual best one in these charges, the two that I like the most are
I have a question
that,
though. So an INFP would be TE negative for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely the INFP mindset.
Yeah, and INTP is TE plus.
INTPs. So you tend to look at like how to make a profit.
Oh yeah, we have, like I said, we have a ton of ideas, but we don't implement them. We haven't got the energy or the organizational ability to implement them. So, like I said, if you have an INTP that by look and skill gets to make more connections with people, it's such a big help for the INTP because those people help them to implement things.
Okay. Using resources, I mean, so at least in the Myers-Briggs, the INTP would be characterized as frugal. Is the INTP frugal or not frugal?
Well, if you think about what they're interested in, it's like the only thing an INTP will probably spend too much money on is books.
Yeah.
Introverts generally spend less money than extroverts, especially artisans. Because artisans are spending money on doing things and on being generous with their friends.
Right.
Artisans get through a lot of money.
Yeah.
SJs are more frugal, but it depends if they're keeping up with the Joneses. There can be a lot of that with Guardians, where they're keeping up with the neighbours. So...
So you have like business ideas. You have business ideas, but it's all in your head, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, well, for me, this takes the form of listening to Peter Schiff talking about Austrian school economics. So I know a lot of theory about economics.
Yeah, TE plus is like being interested in economics, and at least for the ENTJ is like actually kind of getting involved. And then like TE negative is like it's almost like you're not so much interested in economics as just conserving, using TE to like for work purposes.
Well, it's also a temperament thing. Like ENTJ is more abstract and theoretical than ESTJ.
Yeah. So they're thinking. Yeah. I see.
Yeah. What I was going to say with the way I see SJs working in business is, and ESTJ is, they will do something and they know that they can be successful at it, not because it's original, but because they can implement it and be very efficient at doing it. So they know they can provide a service and do it very well. Like run a shop, like be organized, do all the little things, put all the hard work in, and that's why they'll be successful in business. Whereas ENTJ is going to be doing something that's riskier.
Oh yeah. They're always trying to, like, when they take over leadership, they're always trying to do something eccentric or something like that. They want to do something different.
And what that is the creative NE. That is why, in terms of their actions, the ENTJ is TENE in terms of their actions.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
So what I like about this...
So like an INFP is in FINI in terms of actions?
Yeah.
It doesn't sound very active.
Well, that's the problem, is they're not very active, but maybe in terms of...
In my head, maybe. So TI, you're TI and NI, so that's not like outwardly active.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the problem. The way we do it is, for us, we'll look at the logic and then look at all the consequences into the future, and plan into the future. Right, and put our plans on the wall. But what I like about the main thing I get out of this system is I like how the SE is. It's not just about power. That with the SE plus non-compliance, so freedom, and that very much, and that fits ESFP better. They're not interested in controlling other people. They're interested in their freedom not being confined. It's about non-compliance.
It's the same with INFPs. It's about non-compliance. It's kind of interesting though. It's a very sophisticated system in that. So INFPs are SE plus, but they're not SE valuing. So that's a confusing thing. Like I could see like INFPs, if they use SE, it is for more along the lines of non-compliance than, you're getting on top of a hierarchy. So.
And INTTs might be like, everybody just stick to the plan. They want people to stick to the plan. I've created this plan, stick to it. And then on the inside, they will be wishing that people just stick with the program that I've thought about. Just do it. I've already thought about it. I've thought about it for 6 months. Just do it. That's probably what they feel on the inside. But they're too scared to actually come out and say it. Or they know that if they did come out and say it, that they know from past experience that they'll come across as maybe a bit manic, as maybe a bit belligerent, a bit arrogant. So the
one thing I'm just trying to figure out because INFPs are not SC valuing, but I do now when I look at this, they definitely INFPs, if they were to express SC, this is the form they would value.
Yeah, exactly.
Does value something they disvalue in value? It doesn't kind of make sense. Like if I were to develop SC, it would be in this way.
Yeah, you wouldn't be for controlling other people or bullying them.
Yeah, but I mean, I would prefer to use it to even maneuver between more powerful figures. That would make more sense to me than being in control of people.
Yeah.
So, So, but for you, if you were to use SE, you'll be climbing on top of a hierarchy.
Yeah, it would be going to the dark side. That's how I feel it. I would see it as going, because it would be, I would have to use it very carefully, because I can be quite categorical. Because you know how INTPs can be categorical, and if they're categorical about something and then start using the SE as well, it's like, just do it, and it might end up to the point where an INTP leader might go, do it or die.
Right. But what's okay? I'm going to ask you. So, what do you think about the phrase "maneuver between more powerful figures"? Right. Do you feel positively or negatively?
Good. Where is that?
The bottom of SE plus. When you encounter someone who knows how to maneuver between more powerful figures, how do you feel about them?
I think that's smart, because they're not being confrontational.
I think that they are smart for not being confrontational and doing it this way. I was asking Peace that's definitely written into Socionics. Like, that's why you don't like your conflictors. INTPs don't like people who kind of do that networking thing between people in order to, gain influence with powerful figures. Not really.
No. Well, what it is, we don't like our conflicts because one, the old artisan thing turns us off and scares us, because we don't know what they're going to do next. Literally, we don't know what they're going to do next.
Right.
And also, so that's the SE problem, and the other problem is the TI polar.
Mm-hmm.
So when I talk to Jeff, you have to talk about very real world example things and connect on things that are concrete. But Jeff has other qualities that we can connect on. So that's the SB spaz votes.
So I want to look at TI plus and TI.
Okay. Now, so I'll just say that what I liked about this thing that Victor's done is, I like how he's nuanced the SE so that it's a bit more in line with Kersey, like for the SE plus with the SFPs. So this is more the STPs, and that's the SFPs. Actually that doesn't quite, but generally it's going to be like that. And then now I actually think this one's brilliant, and he's actually put a little dig in there about other schools of socionics. He's actually put a little dig in there.
Okay. A TI plus securing the structure that has proven to work. Considering all those structures incorrect. Yeah. So that's interesting, because then it's saying that types without SC valuing could also be TI plus, because usually I attribute their more kind of black and white kind of view to SC. The ISTP, when the ISTP is like very clear cut like that, I always attribute to SC, but this is actually because of TI plus.
What I should have done here is I should have underlined your principles in order so people can differentiate it from SI. Because as we know, in Western type, SI is following these rules and structures, but it's like societal, whereas with the ISTP, it's like their own principles.
They're stubborn about. Yeah, they are. Yeah. And they're very clear cut, like the right and wrong kind of decision thing. But the thing is, I always thought that was because of their SE. Like their SE tends to view things, or maybe that's not true.
Yeah. Or we could say because of their strong SE, they have restricted NE, and so they'll see fewer possibilities.
Yeah, they don't not liking ambiguity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, any polar people like to stick with the program. They'll be more categorical than the more categorical than INTP, even though they have SE plus. This one I love. Yeah, and see how he's put that little. That is the logic of information socionics, as well as the structural logics of SE. So basically, it's saying that Model A is very linear and imaginative compared to his.
Oh, so he thinks that
he's putting a dig in.
Model A is TI plus.
Yes. So
he's
putting a dig in there.
Is the ENTP a TI plus or what?
Yes, ENTP is TI plus.
Wow, that's actually very interesting.
Yeah, I like it. He's actually put a dig in there.
He's like a little bit of his like feelings come out here.
Yeah, like, it comes out even more in the next one.
By fractal, I mean that's the kind of logic that kids see in chaos and allow describing the same object in multiple ways. The logic of contradiction paradoxes. Multidimensional, polymorphic. So this is also INFPs too, I would think. Or is it actually TI plus?
Yeah, it's TI plus for INFPs. Sorry.
This is a very interesting timing you sent me this though, because I mean, I don't know, for some sort of subconscious reason, I've been recently switching from the default mode of my position of every function to the other way. So from either negative to positive or positive to negative. Like my viewpoint, I don't know. Maybe I'm like subconsciously trying to like imitate INFJs and then we have a different order.
Well, what I think's happened is, because you're so much into typology and you're thinking about it so much, your brain has changed because of your interest in typology. And that's what Dario's research shows, that the brain does change with experience and training.
Yeah, I mean, I could see like INFPs being, a lot of them being either or. I thought that has to do with TE. That's the thing. Like this is a totally different explanation. This is the positive negative. Whereas I always thought the reason why these functions manifest differently is because of other functions such as SC or NE or whatever.
Yeah, but also subtype can change things as well. But it's more for noticing the difference in the between the kindreds between ISTP and INTP, how they use TI differently.
Okay, I would imagine like INFJs would be TI negative.
INFJs, yeah, INFJs TI negative. They're left types.
I would imagine. Yeah, this is the way they think. But I thought that has to do with NI because they have NI to go with their TI. That's why they could think of like paradoxes and things like that.
Yeah. Also, INTJ is TI plus and NI negative. INFJ is NI plus and TI negative.
I mean that does explain a lot. The way the TI plus and TI negative for INTJ and INFJ. But I thought the thing is I thought that has to do with TE though. Because you know INTJs are a little bit more either or. At least how they present things. I don't know if internally they're actually thinking that the way they present it's more either or. But I thought it had to do with like TE. But this is saying it's because of TI plus.
Yeah, although what Victor's really doing is he's categorizing behavior in a function.
Mm-hmm.
So that's generally what he does. Is because I notice it in his profiles of guardians. He's categorized what we would say as in the West as MBTI SI is categorized that under different functions. So he is observing the same things. He's categorizing them differently.
Yeah. Okay. That I mean it explains a lot. Like I think when I observe INTPs, they do like a lot of. They're very patient with a lot of these nuances in the systems. Like they just like go for hours just figuring out every single nuance. Whereas other types would be impatient. Like INFPs are a little bit more impatient with that, but I thought it's because they're not TI dominant, and ISTPs are a little bit more impatient with that, but I thought it's because of SC. I thought it's because of TINE. That's why they are doing that. So
it might be that as well. We don't know. It's. But I would say this is the actual behaviour that is observed, and it's partly this and an interplay of functions. And after all, we need to remember this is the map, not the territory.
Yeah. No, yeah. This is a very interesting theory. This is gonna take a long time for me to start to absorb this and observe people to see which version of each function they show. I would like to have like a chart.
Oh, I'll
like
send it to you.
You'll send it to me? Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be very entertaining.
You're also you're in Model G. You're in my Facebook group. Victor
Model G.
Yeah. Oh, what I should do is I should have that on my banner.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of having my YouTube channel on my banner when most people are watching my videos on my channel, so they already know it's that channel, I should put my Facebook group on there. Yeah.
Did you go over this with Chrystal?
Did I go over this with Chrystal? Not yet.
I like to see what she thinks.
Right. Well, yeah. We'll be doing a profile with her on the INFJ.
Okay. Well, you send me the chart, and I'm probably have to go. I haven't ate yet today, so.
Okay. But let's just point out to people that Victor's put this little dig in. This is the logic of energy socionics and the kind of structural logic characteristic of LII.
It's like being like we're awesome. This is the awesome socionics. It's because of RTI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like multidimensional, polymorphic, many different ways.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see INTPs being very patient with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's it. Describing the same object in multiple ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. So INTPs out there. Victor Galenko's system is the best system for INTPs interested in typology because his INTP profile, if you see my interview with David Mark Kersey, then you will see how well he fits that particular profile. And at some point I'll be doing an interview. Actually, you know what I could... Oh, you're going to go off, so I don't know if I wonder what I could do now is... I don't know if I could extend the hangout just by a little bit by inviting... Who we got? Jeff Miller.
You're inviting us now?
I'm inviting him now. Let's see how he goes. Let's see if he pops in.
Well, if he shows up, I'll definitely hang out with him a little bit.
Right, okay, here we go.
I'm hungry.
Right, okay. Because he's doing his... Let's see, it's 11:30. It should be around. Let's see if he's around. Right. Okay, well, we might as well wind up then. So,
okay.
So yeah, I'll later on next time, Leon, I'll show you how you do the hangouts with the new system.
Oh yeah, I definitely need this thing. Is it better than the old one? For me, it's a hassle. I don't know why I always have problems setting it up.
No, it is very because you tried to start it from Google Plus, didn't you?
Yeah, I think probably. Yeah,
well, they do it straight from YouTube now. It's like all this stuff about live stream.
Oh, stuff. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's great.
So you go in the side where it says start a live stream, start it now. But the problem is you can't invite people in a few days' time and like have an exclusive guest list.
Right.
You have to sort of like set it up where you then have to send people the invite over Facebook or other methods, things like that. So.
Yeah. Well, so long as it's better now, so.
Well, it's not that much better.
I don't know why. I don't know why they can't just keep it simple. Like
if Google's listening to this, keep it simple, silly. Right. Right. So that's great. Great chatting. Good looking hangout. Let's.
Yeah. Send me that chart. Okay.
Okay. So
great,
Ben, Leon, signing off.
Yeah, bye.
And it's not quite gone yet. And I did press stop.